の未来が闇に閉ざされる愛する友の眼差しが倒れるたび傷つくたび俺を強くするルール破りの悪の超人さあお遊びはここまでだラスト5秒のファイヤーキャプテンファイター俺は炎の筋肉マン MUSCLE マッスル MUSCLE マッスル 3, 2, 1 ファイヤー
Alright guys, it's that time of day again to issue full conquest across the ancient Mediterranean world. And instantly a text. It's my brother's birthday today, so I sent a happy birthday to the family group chat. And there's my sister, late to the ball, Johnny come lately, only after I sent a happy birthday text, or she's sending a happy birthday text. But yeah, Rome is completely out of the Italian peninsula. They're in Raetia, and over in the barbaric lands beyond. And a little bit here and here, they got some colonies that they got no access to. Carthage is looking like a juicy piece of pie. Especially after we've already gone ahead and sorted out some buggery with the game last night. How this game is supposed to work is the disloyal subjects, no chance of civil war right now. The disloyalty leading to civil war is based upon the great families in my realm. In my realm, my great families. The ruling family has 79 power base. They gotta meet or exceed that. They gotta get enough percentage. Herakids have 31, but their family is mostly loyal. Dinokratid, 50, and Zenit 52. These two I gotta keep a special eye on. Because they got jobs, governorships, whatever, that give them more power. So keeping them happy matters. I took a page from the wisdoms of the ancients on Reddit and chose a family to kick around and do nothing with. These guys hate me since they don't have any real jobs, but because they have no power base, they don't matter. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, we have the presence of Reciperids and Agids, who are foreign great dynasties, great families. They don't belong to us. Foreign character from Chalcedon. We are getting Chalcedonians fucking things up in our realm. And even though they have no jobs and no power base, they could still pull significant sums of my land out in order to force a civil war, which is complete. That's not how the game works. They're not actually my great family people. It doesn't matter if Ichius, head of the Reciperid family, doesn't like me, because he has no power base here. He doesn't. So, I put the Agus family head on trial, arrested him for corruption, exiled him to Carthage, so he's their problem now. When When Mikpeli's here, wonders what the heck is going on. Why do I suddenly have risk of civil war? All of my great families are happy. You're welcome. But today we are starting off with a war against Cyprus, which Macedon is going to... they're going to join in on to try to defend their feudatory. And so I'm gonna get Cyprus as the easternmost jewel in my Mediterranean crown. And while I'm here, I'm gonna try to capture the Levantine holdings and become the western border with the Persian Empire. That's gonna be my plan to start with. Proclaimed theocratic monarchy would sound cool, except I haven't got the stability to afford it. Imperial ambition also sounds cool. I simply need greater or equal than 600 territories. I have 593. After this war, we're going to get imperial ambitions. Only costs 10 stability. Adopts empire government form. Which I feel like, if these are governments down here, empire government form, stratocratic monarchy government form, plutocratic monarchy government form, theocratic monarchy government form. So I could just skip this. I could skip being a divinely blessed monarchy in close consort with the priesthood and go straight to empire. Deified rulers equal to 4. Imperial cult government form. 3 free province investments. Also, I was doing some reading. And it turns out, to get a metropolis, it's not just constantly trying to push my population capacity up. I kind of wasted some of my free province investments trying to push population more than it already is. It turns out there's simply a button that I press after a while, yeah? To promote. There's a button to promote a settlement to a city, and there's a button to promote a city to a metropolis. I simply don't know where that is. Maximum civilization is 80%. Sanctuary of Aretusa. Play-ins. Where would that button be? Wine. I don't think it's that. That just shows a territory. Move pops, pop info, tactical. Create mercenary state. Province of Syracuse. Okay, I might have to rely on the wisdom of the ancients again. Where is that button? That's a where to build cities, how to found a city. Okay, it's not exactly a button. It's the art on the right. Revoke city status. Found metropolis, $400 and 100 political influence. It doesn't look like a button, okay? What I should be doing, especially in my more revolting provinces that keep having constant drain, especially in Pannonia and Illyria, is advance settlements to cities. That way I could actually build stuff to make them happier. I should be a city founder, which is why I want to build up more money, and I definitely need more political influence. Governor of Italia is dead. Dinocratite family at the age of 24. 24. Oh, it's down, that's why. It's like, why is it showing my... Red competitors aren't going to do anything. They're foreign great families. Sort by corruption. So I can get people who are not. 4 finesse, 1 martial. Let's sort by martial and work down. Because I'm still relying on my levies. 46 loyalty is getting pretty low, there's only 10 away. 0 corruption though. Agids, we gotta ignore. It doesn't show the earmark for great family. Recupera does, so maybe this agate is fake, but his loyalty is still lower than I'd like. Recupera, does it exist? Agathocles Agatholid. Sure, 0 corruption, 51 loyalty. He's also got dysentery, so he's probably gonna die too. Now, where are their ships? They have a few forts around here. Let's get hunting. 64%. Okay, all this is Asia region. All that's Asia. So let's see if I have more than 4,000 troops here. 6,000 troops. Oh, he's calling in his friends after all. So we can take this. 2,000. Pannonia Prima leading a war of independence. That's why I got these dudes. Italia's governor died of dysentery so quickly. Okay. Look at that. They're a scorned family with 4 out of 5 jobs, right? But they got no jobs in our country. They're scorned because they're in foreign lands. I'm not gonna help them out. We'll give Antiphalos has corruption. What am I sorting by? My marshal? Except not really. Cause it's all random shot right now. I gotta press and press again. Dinocratide, 10 and 2. I might as well. There you go, Dinocratide. He's got 46 loyalty. I should have given one better. But oh well, I'm here now. We're here. Now that these feudatories are fighting with us, this one belongs to Egypt. So this is fighting with us. That's fighting with us. And that's the Macedonians. We're gonna take a little bit of here too if we can. But that's gonna be a bonus. I mostly want to take the Levantine coast and Cyprus. That's my main attraction. Jabrutium, don't care. Italia keeps losing governors. What the heck? Why can't why can't they hold on to governors there? Heraclid has 10 corruption, but he's loyal. Zenid, 1 marshal. We still rely on levies, so they have the military rulers. 7 Agad. Fuck Agad. Dinocratide, 0 corruption, 56 loyalty. Agathoclid, 16 years old, 0 corruption, 56 loyalty, 3 and 3. 3 and 3 might be what I'll go for. Two and 5. 2 and 2. 4 and 4. Agathocles. 51 loyalty, no corruption. Bring him in. Now quit dying on me. Apparently everyone in Italy gets murdered without message. There, 16,000. $16,000 to wipe out their armies, and then take over their lands here, since they're so nice to offer them for me. Scandal. Who? Derrida Zenid. He's in perfect health, so if I flog him, he'll lose 15 loyalty. Don't tolerate public infidelity, he'll lose his office. We'll just flog him. We could afford to flog him. Okay. I still don't see their boats anywhere. They're afraid of my boats is what's going on. Now let's get some Macedonians in here too. $15,000 Macedonians. What invention do I want? I was working religious, right? Because we want to get proscribed canon, so I could change my laws for better assimilation. Omen power and same religion happiness. So we can. No conversion policy is nothing. But we could change it for pop assimilation speed. 30%, plus 0.25. But right now we're lacking in political influence and also a bit of stability. So hard to have him just march. At 43k, we can and should probably split these guys up. What other forts do they have here? They have another route over there. Put a wall with Egypt. Except we can't move until we get out of the influence of this fort anyway. That's fine. We have 2 split that will start moving after we clear things out. Who died? Researcher and pretender to become... Oh, he was a good one, though. Friend of the Bacillus. Pretender with actual good stats, and then murdered. So, Reddit says that a good thing to do is to put head of the family into researcher roles. Pherocles is an Admiral the 2nd Nauticon for Dedocratids. Admiral 7th Nauticon. They've already got jobs. The heads of households already got jobs, are happy. $10 and $10. We will give it to the Dinocratids though, because that's more research, that's more jobs to make them happy too. It makes them happy, it makes me happy for the better research speed. Sacking of Ake, none shall hide. We'll send one up here, and one over there. Now, where are these forts? He's at the wrong spot. He should be over here to take that fort down. No risk of civil war. And how's this one going? Minus 14 still. Oh, I put him on the wrong spot. Capital's over there. There's no point sieging that down to nothing. Oh, we got armies on the move. I'll kick some of their asses. Forts where we expect them to be. We can't even go to our own place yet. That's alright. Oh, they're pulling up more force. Smart plan would be to abandon and just go hunt them down for now. Okay, so this is one. They've only got the one thing anyway, so gimme and get out of here. Gotta go so far to find a place that doesn't have high attrition. Alright, let them roam around. We'll stay close by so they can't overpower us. And then keep our boats near. They're gonna lock into place, so we'll siege them here in Galilee. In Genasar. Terrain to their benefit, a stronger army, higher morale, better quality. We got them. They don't stand a chance. I would like it if we could drop their morale faster, though. Nobody's starving, that's good. Who's that? Old Bay. Levy of Sicilia. Oh. They got some boats out. Their boats snuck around over here. What's Rome doing? Rome's got 10,000 armies on the border there. Are they plotting my demise again? They're not plotting my demise. But there are 9,000 jerks on over here who think they could sneak behind me, and they did. "16 stack could stay and keep the siege going." Oh. Ambush. We still got them, though. They've merely foretold their own doom. The 7K, because who's revolting now? With Tobica. We'll send these guys over. And these guys. And my mercs will handle these jerks. We're losing goodly amount of troops. Senior citizen by the name of Euclides Dinocratide approaches. He has a vision in the near future, found by his loved ones, being sacrificed to dark gods. Have him sacrificed to dark gods. We could use more money. We've only got 1,277. Convince him all shall be well. It's one of my rarest sources of stability, and that is more valuable than gold. I had such big stacks here, and now it's down to only a combined 16,000. There's a need for 26,000 men. He thinks he can beat us by coming this way. Heracleos won. Get these guys out of here. Commander has 1 while theirs has 8. This is Asian levy. Hadakid family. We'll give your guy a boat or something. How's that? Dinocratide we can give a little more. Because we just need the martial ability. 10 corruption. Recapera doesn't exist. Sure, we'll go with 5. 5 isn't as bad. 5 to 8 is better than 1 or 2 to 8, whatever it was. Ain't Omen time. Dad, keep invoking your Omen for 9 discipline and 2.5 military experience. Who gets a yacht? Herakid, they have 4 of 4. If this guy didn't have 10 corruption, he'd be a shoo-in. With a 7 martial. And then after this, we'll send our groups down to unsiege, and we'll just hunt them down still. And then unsiege. $15,000. We lost more again. They're really willing us down. We need this siege in Crete to finish. Bakid Zothelid is now aggressive. Battle of Parma. They're probably going to come back here to the cities they've already occupied for their own safety. Just need this to finish. Because they got 18,000 that they're splitting up. They're not moving to the same place. They're not being smart. Okay, and because they have no other forts on Crete. And Crete Or Cyprus, I mean, on Cyprus. And Cyprus is just Cyprus. Everything there is going to fill in automatically. Let's get reinforcement. Victorious. Another victory. Governor of Asia is dead. He did his job, alright? He performed his duties exactly as needed. Okay. They're a bit spread out, but we'll be alright. No corruption, fake family, decently loyal. All these guys gotta do is sit and wait. They're trying to spread out. They know exactly what we want to do. No, the people? The people. Why can't the people go here then? Leader, fuck! Could you guys quit being disloyal? Why? He lost 10 because of disloyal, because he became a pretender, I think. One pretender died, so another had to live. Or another had to be born. Whatever. Give him free hands and then replace him. It's such a pain trying to get good help around here. I might actually have to give the dated family stuff. Anybody here with good martial that isn't corrupt. Any one of these scions on yachts. How about a researcher? 0 corruption, 60 loyalty, 10 martial. Dionysios, I'm giving you Italia. That's why you're not a researcher now. "41. He lost some loyalty for having lost his job as a researcher. But he'll be Power base in country minus 9.6. Seriously? I just can't hold on to good talent. Monthly corruption plus 0.2. So it's gonna happen anyway. He's going to become more corrupt. Everyone is going to be more corrupt. Victorious and defeated. I know exactly where the defeat is. It's our little Asia stack that got wiped out. So it seems like I simply cannot avoid corrupt governors now. They are simply a fact of life. Head of the deeded family, arrival of the consort. My consort has a rival. That makes it sound like he's after my heart. No, the other group, please. Let me click the other one. There you go. No risk of civil war. There's a pillar. Now where's the one for here? Settlement, settlement, settlement. One down. They're hiding from me. Now where's my boats? Boats over there still. Age, find us on the end, even the priests. He's got the crab disease, he's got cancer. -2 martial, finesse, charisma, zeal, and health. How sad. Simply a how sad. More Olympic Games. Wait, they kicked our ass. No. Well, they have less morale, so we're gutting all of them against us. 9,000 wiped out. Against 21,000. That could actually work. Okay, we're still kicking their morale butts, though. It's getting really close. I need reinforcements in now. Tribal chief. Forget him. Siege of Lugio lost. I don't care about that. We just gotta get this and then they're won. They pulled out some last-minute victories there because they didn't have the 20k stack exactly in the correct territory. We killed only half their troops. 32,000. Well, first, we'll send the fresh stack to wipe out these guys who are at no morale, and then come back. Complete party wipe. We'll see him survive that. Now, where are those boats of theirs? Who's starving? First levy of Asia, second levy of Magna Graecia. All the more reason to finish this off quicker. The winner of the games is from Parthia. Tribune, friend of the legate. Siege of Sala, all the way up there. So this provincial revolt could finally be done. No. He'll say yes once all these flip over. There's 5 of their boats and none over here. There, see, 99%. Now they'll accept it. And every time I win, I put people to the sword, and it gets rid of half my aggressive expansion of 1 integer. Oh, that's Cecilia. That actually... Alright. They got some actual allies of theirs up here. I thought that was still the nobodies. Fighting tooth and nail to control this little coastline. And then we'll turn around. And take this fort. Now, how are they doing with supply here? I gotta found some actual cities. White peace, Eminent. What do you mean white peace? We control everything we need. Failed to challenge occupation of the war goal. What are you talking about even? It's because there's one little bit there that is being stood up on. That one tiny bit of nothing is risking the whole war. Yeah, that's right. You guys get out of there. You get out of there! There, no more white peace imminent. That's scary. Whose all troops are those? Cohorts of who? Olbe. Are you an ally or a feudatory? A client state? Olbe has a whole lot. It keeps oscillating between 35 and 28%. 42? 42 is good. It took so long to get Tyros. I think I'll avoid going inland. We're just gonna stick to the original plan of trying to get the coastline. So where's the next fort up the hill? There's that there, but they're not in this war. They are in this war. They're a client state too. Look at that, 0%. First levy, 0 troops, first levy of Asia. They got they got 0 guys. They got 0 guys. Total strength 0. What's strength? Not guys, I guess. What are they offering? Release? No. I don't care about releasing. I wanted Cyprus and a bunch of other stuff. I don't just want him to have more clients. Cara inferioris Ionia, Caria superioris, forget it. I want the real prizes. I want Cyprus. I want the Levantine coast. Why is this clicking territory by territory and not just the whole thing? I want to kick him out of here. Apparently they don't put their forts in their capitals. That costs 117. Cyprus costs 24. Why is that only doing the little piece of land and not the whole province? Cyprus. South Phoenicia. We cannot ask for Macedonian Galilee. Capital Scythopolis needs to be occupied. Oh. It's right outside the purview there. That's why I started doing territory by territory. Weird. I guess since everything else here fell within the purview of that fort. Well, once this stack comes over and fights them, we'll just grab the city and then go back. They had 0 morale. We only killed 600. Cheated. They cheated us. That's a pretty big group they got going there. It's kind of scary, actually. What now? Release... No, forget it. They think they could cheat me with these scammy deals. $7,000 to $18,000. The governor of Illyria is dead, which means I am losing more and more non-corrupt, loyal people who aren't from foreign great families. Where are you guys from, even? Where's the rest of your family at? Whatever flag that is? Chalcedon? We got people whose power base is in Chalcedon being pissed off with us because they don't have enough family in jobs in Chalcedon, but they end up here. Smart plays to kick these guys' butts. How about this? We'll skip this bit for now, right? Because these guys just need their capital taken. We have 78 war score. There, the whole province. $117, $101. It's annoying that they still exist here, but it's not the worst, because they only field tiny numbers, so it could easily overpower. If we take their forts, though... well, that can make it easier for us. It doesn't matter. They got small stuff here. It's not the entire Levantine coast like I wanted. It's not putting a western wall against the Persian Empire. But it definitely does weaken them. Ulbe is still a pretty powerful contender. They're bringing in 10,000 troops. That's a lot for Macedon's remaining feudatories. City of Tyros has finally fallen to our troops. It is now in our hands. Tyros has been the home of the Phoenician traders since time immemorial. For many centuries, the traders of the Phoenician cities traveled as far as Hispania, far to the east. Are you saying Hispania is far to the east, or as far as Hispania and to the east? And everywhere between the two areas? Swedes. It was one of the final cities in the region to fall to Alexander when he campaigned through Persia, raising parts of the city for its defiance. With the city under our control, our men and advisors wonder how we should treat our old enemy. Leave Tyros alone. Local population happiness, 10 legitimacy, we're at 100 anyway. Popularity, we're at 100 anyway. Take a few precious artifacts for more money. Lose 5 popularity. Tyros will be unhappy. The secrets of the Phoenicians taken home with us. Tyrian resources for 10 years. 2,500 monies. Build cost and time. Lose 10 popularity, gain 5 corruption. Tyros becomes a settlement and gains heavily looted. We loot it so bad, it loses its city status. I liked everything up until that. We'll simply do the standard amount of looting then, as befitting our status as conquerors. Put them to the sword. And now go ahead and disband our militaries, get some more of that sweet, sweet military experience. 47.37, 52.47. All those big, brutal fights. More military tradition. Italia. Cisalpine Gaul. Asia. $500 pops belong to one of the falling culture groups. We got more Levantine pops now, right? Now that we have stuff here. It's just definitely not the 500. We need like an expansive empire to get that big of any extra population. Anatolian culture group, Levantine culture group, Aramaic culture group, Iranian, Caucasian, Scythian, Dacian. Look at all of our Siceliotes now, though. Practically all of Magna Graecia. We're getting a few more in Greece. Not a whole lot. It'll take a lot of investment to turn these people over. Cypriot is already a Hellenic people. So where do you suppose Macedonia is getting most of its power base from? Its Levantine holdings? Or just from its Phrygian holdings? There's lots of Phoenicians here. I'd assume that Macedonian is their primary culture, and they probably have Laconians as heavily integrated. They are a Hellenic Macedonian people. But they have more Canaanite Aramaics and Hellenic Aramaics. They've probably, if I had to guess, integrated the Aramaics. But Olbe brought some heavy firepower in too. They've only got 68. But when my dudes are dying from prolonged fights, then even an extra 10,000 is oh shit. So we're likely not going to get Embrace Greco Levantine influence because you don't have enough Levantines. Until we become big boy and invade Carthage. That's Punic people of a Levantine culture group. Illyria, Syria, and Palestine need governors. Phoenicia and Palestine, or Syria and Palestine aren't going to have many populations we're bringing to armies, so I just want people who aren't corrupt and are loyal. Which means ignoring all these fakes from fake families. 5 and 6 is pretty good. 6 and 1 for Syria. Illyria. We'll put Attis Brennus. His loyalty immediately dips thanks to his power base. Palestine. 8 and 4. Whatever. Look, the Agads are family, are happy for having 5 of 5 jobs. I haven't given them any jobs. That's the offices they're pulling in the court where they came from. Disloyal provinces. Dieted still scorn, no risk of civil war. War exhaustion is maxed. We need popularity to get imperial ambition now. How's this popularity? Only 84. It's dropping each month. Because of base, war exhaustion. If I scheme for influence, I'll lose popularity to gain political influence each month. So I should scheme influence when I'm a super popular guy to help boost this up because it is so tiny. Now, what do? This line helps our light cavalry, light infantry to some heavy infantry, hills and combat, or hills and mountains combat bonus. Ship recruit and damage done. Can enable Octere and build a navy. Mega Polyreme, build a navy. Light cav, heavy cav and light infantry. Heavy cav. 500 pops of Iranian, Bactrian, Scythian, Aramaic, Anatolian, Caucasian. So we can't even get the Cataphractii until we've at least pushed more to Anatolia. Persian tradition groups. I probably do eventually. I'm gonna guess they go hand in hand, right? Because I can't even get the military experience to unlock these extra tradition groups unless I've been warring and expanding majorly into different areas. So if we warred against Carthage and ended up with a lot of Punic holdings to unlock Levantine Kingdom traditions. Camel? Could get Camel and Desert Combat bonus? Light and Heavy Cav? Camel? North African tradition troops if we have Punic. Culture group, which we would if we go against them anyway. To unlock North African. Desert, mercenary maintenance, global city building slots. That's pretty cool. National manpower, foreign innovations, loyalty of governors up. Pop assimilation speed. So maybe it is worth going against the Punics for a bit, just to get Levantine Kingdom traditions unlockable. And then build towards... what was it? Loyalty of governors, all the way down the line. Now that'd be Levantine Kingdom or Levantine Maritime, though, for... It just says Levantine Tradition Groups, plural. So it could unlock both. Discipline? Probably the one thing that's kept me alive so far. Unlocks Greek tradition groups. Oh wow. I think we have at least 500 pops that belong to Hellenistic culture group. Persian tradition groups. Yeah, there's Punic traditions. Afro-Punic influence, Celtiberian African influence, Greco-Levantine influence, Greco-Levantine. So yeah, those two would unlock, but not that one. Persian traditions, Greco-Persian influence, Greco-Persian influence, Persian and Persian rural. Attrition down, hills and combat, siege ability, heavy infantry, heavy infantry, heavy infantry. That I like. Ship damage, so many population, pop assimilation, war elephant, Indian tradition groups, light. So Persian tradition sounds alright. For the heavy infantry stuff. More population. Heavy cav. Horse archers. If I wanted to actually use my steppe horse imports for a good legion, I would at least need more here. Horse archer stuff. Persia-Levantine. So, what I could do is focus my expansion based on whose tech group I want to unlock next. I would have to go against the race if I want to push into Anatolia. Persian Empire looks massive. They look massive, But they can't boat to us, right? If they can't boat to us, then they would have to march their armies bit by bit. Assyrians coming in, Mesopotamians coming in, Media coming in, Persis coming in, Ariana coming in, Parthia, the good Rosia folk. We have such small areas here, and then we peel over, and they're massive. That is some huge administration. So, given that they're a big, wide, to our purposes landlocked empire, we could in fact start attacking here, do a bunch of good sieges, and by the time all of their armies start flowing in from the east, we'd have most of what we need for war score. I think that's doable, actually. Because they are pretty spread out. So do I go for Carthage, who are probably equal to me in power? I have to actually fight them. What I could do is I could pick up my guys in Magna Grecia and Italy, because that's still my major powerhouses. Put them onto a boat, bring the boat over here, start war, drop 50,000 guys directly onto Carthage, city of, and then scour around, killing all of their boats as well as I can. I don't know where their boats are going to be, though. They got so much coastland. But I'd expect that the majority of their military is going to be sourced from Africa. Because the rest is little colony cities with a whole bunch of folks who are not them. So if I do a capital strike here, and then send my boats around to limit their ability to reinforce, we could at least take the core of Carthage pretty easily. And I kind of want to do that just for the prestige of it, if not unlocking more traditions from having more Levantine folk. It might behoove me to pick one direction for my conquest and spread in that direction. Macedonia still has her core. That was a pretty big war. Hey, Steve, the first original OG Steve the second. How you doing? Had to fight tooth and nail for their feudatories here to remain, their land here to remain in Ionia. They still have their core here, and a bit of land there. But they're able to consolidate their troops on pretty well. Cyprus wasn't doing too much for them after all. Wasn't a whole lot of guys there. I have to wait for a bit anyway, for my troops to recover. Well, the troops are recovered. To replenish armies, there's a need for 0, so we have the numbers back. We would simply have to wait for the time to pass for the levies to be built up, to be allowed to spawn again. What exactly does a feudatory mean? Enemy? Something different? It's a type of client state where they don't belong to one of the bigger powers around them, in the sense that it's not part of their country. It's basically a type of vassalage, where they're independent enough, but they are still politically in servitude to the bigger power. And if we go to war with, say, Macedon, then all their other little friends that are feudatories of them would have to go to war with them. So Olbe is functionally independent, but because they are a feudatory of Macedon, if we went to war with Macedon again, Olbe would be joining up with their 10,000 guys. Kind of like an alliance, except you own them. It's an outside power you have on a tight leash. Like America's Pacific territories. Someday free, independent Pacific. Still no risk civil war. Disloyal provinces, but Qataria is building up. Yeah, half-free satellite states. How is Aleria Greca's population or provincial loyalty going? 78. Still building up by 0.10 each month. We gotta get it to 90 to finish this mission. I chose poorly doing the Matter of Illyria mission, because it's just... I thought it'd be easy enough, because there's only one bit of land to consolidate Illyria. But it wants me to raise their provincial loyalty, too. Empire shit is stupid, fun for games, though. It's funny because, like, if I'm playing Crusader Kings, I like to play nice, right? When I first started playing Crusader Kings 2, the system was esoteric and difficult. So I had to be the standard, you play Crusader Kings, you're playing the evil nobleman who's murdering babies just to make sure that the claim to a kingdom goes to your side of the family, that you end somebody's truce or their alliance by murdering their wife so they no longer have military backing of some other kingdom. But once you get good at the game, you start not doing that, you know? You start playing nice. Putting in governors of a foreign culture so they have self-rule and things like that. You marry off your family to people, and you no longer have to worry about the intrigue of the game because people aren't plotting at your back anymore. You play nice, and the game gets easier. But I figure for something like Imperator Rome, it makes a bit more sense to do things like put people into bondage of servitude, because every place on the planet, from Iberia to India, is performing a heavily slave-based economy. Like at least 50%, if not more of the population, is just slaves because that is what it is. They haven't developed the full-on wage economy for everybody yet. Imperial conquest, where we take people out of the fields and send them overseas to impose our domination. That's merely the era we're riding on the tailcoats of Alexander. Basically like 20 years after Alexander has died. So it fits the setting, you know? It's a bit more palatable in the era. Which is also why I have less enthusiasm for, say, Europa Universalis 5, which is real cool. Things like this, where there's people who live here, but they're not a proper state yet, so you can't go to war with them, and if you want to take those places over, you gotta build enough population surplus that you could start just peacefully shoving your people in, regardless of, say, the extra population that already lives there. They don't count. They don't count till our guys decide to settle the frontier. It makes sense in the BC era, where it's like, okay, there weren't any states there, it was just scattered populations if anything. But in the 15th century, when we actually have people who've settled all throughout the Americas or the Pacific, with their wide networks of complex states, and Europa Universalis 5 is just like, there's nobody there. There's nobody there. Just tighten up your belt, send your boats over, go colonize a barbaric, uncivilized people. You're a millennium off, Paradox. You gotta update to the era. Just because Sweden doesn't teach that history doesn't mean the history isn't there. How do we have huge complex networks of kin groups and commercial activity and, you know, big urban developments across oceans, across continents, and you're just gonna say, it's nothing, it's Society of Pops, it's little Unga Bunga. They're just sitting on their thumbs and waiting for the glorious West to come over with their big boats. How are you gonna say that in the 15th century? I'm gonna be bitter about that forever. If I ever touch Europa Universalis 5, which, after like a week of playing this, I'd probably enjoy it. Now that I'm getting more of a hang of the more abstracted gameplay, because this is closer to Europa Universalis in style than it is to Crusader Kings. The abstracted gameplay, the mana currency building, the going to war with my stability and aggressive expansion, as much as I go to war against my neighbors, the population management. Now that I'm better at this, I probably would enjoy Europa Universalis series a whole lot more. Not a pair of khakis in the bunch. If I were to touch Europa Universalis 5 now, I would have to wait for like, you know they're gonna do it, 3-6 years into development, 8 expansion passes and DLC chapters later, they'll eventually say, okay, these other areas could be tribal if you really want them to. We'll give them some flavor. I don't even want, like, a whole bunch of flavor. If they can't figure out good gameplay, at least put tribes or something so I could play there and turn the tide of history. That'd be fun. Like, apparently Europa Universalis 4 had, like, some update in the tail end of its life that no Europa Universalis fan likes, that basically makes areas in the Pacific actually playable, and not just barren native land waiting for colonization. So it's gonna happen eventually. The DLC spam. I didn't mind it so much in Crusader Kings 2. Because the best way for Paradox's DLC to work is if the game is your game. Like for me, I loved it back in Crusader Kings 2. Because, fuck, I put 10,000 hours almost. Over 10,000 hours, I think, into Crusader Kings 2. I was playing that religiously from 2013 onward. It was my main game. College, university, dating British, flying overseas back and forth. If I had free time, I was playing Crusader Kings 2 because it just sucked me in that hard. And the DLCs were great for me. Because it was like, I put a 20 in every 6 months, every year, and the game gets updated. I'm not buying a new game except for the new Zelda, the new Pokemon, the new Animal Crossing. So what else is my money going into? My new game money is going into updating Crusader Kings 2 slightly. And if a DLC was pish posh, who cares about it? It doesn't do anything. All the cool stuff is in the free update. The DLC only adds annoyances. I skip it. Maybe someday it's on sale. I finally jump into it 20 years later. So, if Crusader Kings 2 is your main game, and you're playing it over the course of its life, it makes sense. If you're jumping into the game later, then you're looking at like an extra $100 price tag. Minimum. Maybe $200 if you're trying to get all the DLCs for a fresher game. Maybe it's closer to 70 if it's a legacy game. So like Crusader Kings 2, if you get into it now, it's not so bad because the base game is free. Unless they change that. I'm pretty sure the base game is still free. And if you just henpecked around trying to find the good DLCs, maybe it's $30. If you try to get all the DLCs, maybe 70. And I'm going to be honest, even with Crusader Kings 2, I haven't bothered with all the portrait packs, unit packs, because that's all cosmetic. I did bother with the African portrait packs because they tend to do some skin bleaching in Crusader Kings 2, where at first you had lots of different portraits of varying qualities. Like anyone who played Crusader Kings 2 from the early days jokes about how potato-faced the Italian and related peoples were. But they also kind of had a phase where the African portraits went from fairly dark-skinned people to nearly as light as Persian, and they don't really get dark unless you buy the African portrait pack again. I was like, that's a bit sus. But I don't want to whitewash Africa, that feels weird. You kind of did need articles. If you're savvy with the forums and communities, then you kind of learn organically that, oh, Monks and Mystic, who cares about it? Holy Fury, this one's great. Crusader Kings 3, I had the initial season pass, which is like the first chapter or 3, right? Everything up until Royal Court, I think. So I've only got the initial stock of DLCs for Crusader Kings 3, and absolutely nothing after. So I don't get access to playing Adventurers, I don't get access to Legends, unlanded gameplay, additional activities you can do at feasts and hunts. But you don't miss out on too much, because Crusader Kings 3 is kind of a downstep from Crusader Kings 2 anyway. Which is kind of why I'm playing Imperator Rome, because this one I bought way early on in. Couldn't get it because I wasn't used to the Europa Universalis style, dropped it. But it's a lot more granular. Like if you scroll through the map, all these little tiny pieces, all throughout the map, all these named territories. In Crusader Kings, this would be like 5 places instead of 20. In Crusader Kings 3, it'd be like 2 places instead of 5. But they got individual baronies that you could walk around, but it's all still one county. So I like the idea of the granularity. And back when I was keeping up with Europa Universalis 5, apparently their granularity is better even than this. There are lots of things I was excited about, like straight up excited about for Europa Universalis 5. The granularity. The kind of politics you would have to play. The ways you could kind of customize your nation by building different buildings to focus on different things. Just like here. Except North America and the Pacific doesn't get any of that gameplay. Enthusiasm dropped. I'm talking in circles now. But it's a subject I build passion for. So, all this started because I have military tradition to unlock. I'm running out of military traditions in Greek Polis and Greek Kingdom. And we'll have to eventually embrace Greco-Persian influence by expanding into... The easiest way for me to do it would be to expand into Anatolian areas for all the cultures here. If I went against Thrace. and Persian or Aramaic cultures by attacking into Persia. Or embracing... So that's Greco-Persian there, so I can build up more traditions. Or Greco-Levantine influence. Easiest way to do that would be to expand into Carthage and Egypt. So basically, I'm at a crossroads here of, do I want to expand into the east and develop Greco-Persian influences, or consolidate more into the Mediterranean, attack Carthage and Egypt? And try to get Levantine cultural influences. You feel smart hearing me talk about it? That's pretty funny because this is actually the first. This is the most I played the game after the tutorial. Way back, what was it? 2019, 2020. When did this game release? Imperator Rome release date. Yeah, 2019. 2019, when I was a sad, depressed Guinea, still licking my wounds after a hugely catastrophic, explosive breakup, trying to find my next new game. Gave it 20-some hours, thought, this game is too complex for me, I'm gonna put this down. Shit, it's a strategy game. That means you gotta play 20 hours to figure out if you like the game. That's over Steam's 2-hour refund window, I'm stuck with this now. This is the most I've played it. And this is my first playing a big game outside the tutorial. So this is basically me picking it up as I go along. So if I can do it, anybody can. The one problem with going for Carthage and Egypt, which I do want to do, is that they're allied together though. They're allied to Egypt. Celticia. Where is that? That's gonna be in Iberia, is it? Yeah. Fighting Carthage alone, I've done before. Fighting Egypt alone, I've done before, because one of the feudatories was here. I had to take that, and because they were feudatory to Egypt, Egypt was a war leader. Took over a bit of the Delta, kicked their army's asses, because they were spread all the way down the Nile. Spread all the way down the Nile. Egypt is mighty, but for the most part, their militaries are Nile-based. Upper Egypt, they got a decent amount, but then the rest of their armies are spread. They'll have to come from Cyrenaica, Nubia. But because they're AI, they're also better at building up their legions. I am still primarily relying on levies. Because the last time I tried to build a legion, I had a beautiful legion. I put tons of manpower and tons of money into building up a legion. And what happened? But as soon as the Civil War started, I'm like, okay, Civil War, I got my levies over here, I got my levies over there, I just need my legion. Where's my legion? I can't find my legion. Where's my legion? Enemy legion. They took my legion in the Civil War because they convinced its legate to join against me. And so I'm feeling sore about using legions and standing armies. I'm new to playing the game, so I don't know the best troop compositions. Reddit and the forums just say, build your legion based for what you want to do. Who are you fighting against? Build your legion for who you're fighting against. That's kind of East and West. Who I'm fighting against is everybody. I got major powers. I gotta take down a couple pegs. If I go against Thrace, they are primarily a Hellenic people like us. They're Hellenic Macedonians. And if there's one thing we're good at fighting so far, it's Macedonians. But they have a lot of people who aren't Macedonians. They have Sibylline people. And while Sibyl worship is pretty closely related to the Hellenes, I'm pretty sure it counts as foreign enough that they probably cannot use the Phrygians in their army. We'll have to convert them first. Zalmoxians are also straight up foreign. That's the barbarians over below the Carpathians. But they probably are using other Hellenic integrated cultures. Like Hellenic Phrygians are probably using what they can't use Sibylline Phrygians. Getians. They have no allies. They have an ally. The Chalchodons! The fucking Chalchodons! That keep on adding additional foreign great families. Those fucking Agids! Those fucking Recuperids! Who aren't any of my great families, but they're still counting for the risk of civil war. That could be reason for me to go east. I go east first. Push more to Anatolia. Eliminate the Chalchodons, because their great families are causing influence in my realm, which isn't how the game's supposed to work. The risk of civil war is going off my great families. The people... forgot to mute that. The people actually in my realm who have power and influence. Because some other guys, some other families are migrating into here, either their head of household directly, yeah, for both the Agus and the Replicard or whatever it is, it was their head of households who were in here with a few of their direct families. They're stationed in here, and they care about not having enough jobs in here. But they're present here, and so their system is being applied here. I have double the risk of civil war from somebody else's problems. The heck? So I think that the strategy is becoming more apparent. For prestige's sake, for dominating the Mediterranean's sake, I do want to go to war with Carthage, take their primary holdings out of Tunisia, get Sardinia, and maybe spread more into Mediterranean dominance in the west. For the laughs, I do want to take Egypt. I want that fertile delta especially. And if we take Lower Egypt, I'd say that is good enough. If I take that Mediterranean coast of Africa, that's a pretty good jewel in my crown. So what I should do then... there's also the possibility of rebuilding Alexander's empire. That would require basically conquering... you don't need to conquer the entire area from Greece to India. But there's a whole bunch of important cities along the route that you do gotta conquer. And if you conquer all those cities in like Egypt, over in Anatolia, across the Persian Empire, across Mesopotamia, a little bit into India, you get Alexander's empire. And you can get claims on everything else. You could color in between the lines afterwards. That's probably not going to happen. The end date of the game is 727 after the founding of Rome. It is 567 now. Less than 200 years. I have less than 200 years I don't have a good standing army. I'm still working on figuring out how to get my provinces to not hate me and how to build cities. So, on this playthrough, we're not going to complete Alexander's Empire, and I don't really want to complete Alexander's Empire. I am chuffed to bits, having started as little tiny Syracuse, pinched between Carthage in western Sicily and Rome encroaching in southern Italy, consolidating Sicily, kicking Carthage out while still small. That was fucking awesome. Trying to make conquests in southern Italy, but then Rome sweeps in, conquering into Greek territories and Illyria instead. Etruscan territories became ours. Rome invades, we kick Rome out, take over more of Greece, kick Rome out of Rome, kick Rome out of Italy, becoming the dominant Hellenic League now, becoming a major power. For a first playthrough, for a first full game, that's amazing. I'm happy enough with this progress, and if this is a progress we got on year 720 whatever, I'd count that victorious. So, I'm going to declare that the end state, the end goal that I want to aim for, isn't going to be Alexander's Empire. What I do want to get then, in the less than 200 years we have left, what I want to do is I want to control the Mediterranean. At least southern Mediterranean I want to be mine. The Levantine coast I want to be mine. Consolidating, I don't know, consolidating, Thrace already did it, but owning the, what is this, Punic kingdoms in Anatolia. Basically, I want to go from the Strait of Gibraltar to Armenia and Mesopotamia. Alexander went east, I am going to go west. Is every turn 1 year? Every single turn is 1 day. It ticks at a 1 day basis, and you could speed up or slow down however fast you want those 1 days to go. But there's time waiting for cities to build, for buildings to build, for battles take several days, troop and boat movements take several days. So even though every tick is a 1 day basis, you're basically still moving at the speed of months. And only really slowing down if you care about how a battle is going, how a siege is going, if you want that in-depth look at things. And so because we're going to focus on East, we're going to build the Greek tradition that gets us closer to Persian traditions. So it's not Greco-Levantine yet. We'll build towards it, but we want to unlock Greco-Persian influence first. Which means I'm going to want. It's going to take a few wars and a whole lot of battle. We'll build up our light cavalry morale, infantry, heavy cavalry, and then we get it. We still have more military traditions we could afford. We had so many fights we could still get more. Okay, so we're only 2 steps away. These traditions unlock with the currency of military experience. And military experience is best gained by your armies gaining battle. Which is why my mercenaries that I've hired I'm mostly putting on frontier defense. Because these guys getting into fights don't give us military experience. We started the day with one war for Cyprus. It's almost 2 hours in. After finishing that one war, the entire rest of the time was deciding which military traditions to get next to reflect westward expansion or eastward expansion, whinging on paradox games. So this was like over 2 hours. Half of it was gameplay, the other half was just talking and bullshitting. And deciding what to do. Which is why I've got over 10,000 hours in Crusader Kings 2, because so much of Crusader Kings 2, it's like 20% doing stuff and 80% deciding what you want to do and how to do it. Even though it's been over 10,000 hours, I bet you that even 5,000 of it is staring at the map, on pause. If I get popularity up, we could build towards... We could affirm imperial ambition. Popularity is currently 84. So I'm only 6 away. Though right now it's ticking downwards. I need to increase my popularity. Which the best way I can do is having events happen. We've already got plenty of Casus Belli on Thrace. Because forming Hellenic League gave us Casus Belli on the rest of the actually Hellenic areas here. Europa, Rhodope, and Aeolus. Europa, the rest of Rhodes, Rhodope. Rhodes is in Sporades. Rhodope is over here. So it's claims on these 3 areas. Claims on those 3 areas while I conquer further outwards. Thrace would be a little bit easier as a maritime war, because much like Persian Empire I think would be easy to go against, because their governorships are spread out, their levies and their legion have to march all the way through, they don't have a sea access to me, so we could conquer here, and then form a wall, and then gut them all that try to come in tens and tens. Thrace enjoys a wide coast. They've got 65 boats against our 174. If we bring our armies in, we could plant our armies in advantageous positions and then go hunter-seeker on their boats. Thrace is wide, but I bet you they don't have as good an army. Unless they went all in on levies, which would have been a smart play. Everyone else making this on Legion, I mean. Everybody else making the smart play on Legions except for me. War Exhaustion is maxed out. Aggressive Expansion at this point of the game is probably going to keep on raising indefinitely. Political Influence of 50. Now that I know how cities increase to metropolises, I was trying to do it organically by wasting so many free province investments on raising population cap when it's already at the cap. I gotta push the picture. I need 100 political influence to make a metropolis. So I want to keep grinding that out. And while we have money, the reason a lot of these provinces here keep draining their provincial loyalty is because they don't have cities that I'm putting theaters, temples, and courts of laws in to tick their loyalty upwards. Ligernia, where's your city? Does Ligernia have a city? They have this city over here that already has theater, temple. They have a court of law. I could build a second one. Because without more cities to tick those into, they're losing 0.7 each month. So they're going to revolt again eventually. Negatives here. So, temple, court of law. That'll max out things in that city. Changes by 0.04, so just those 3 additions should help them out there. Minus 0.5. At the very least, they just have to put enough that they don't tick downwards. If they're up or neutral, then that's fair. If the governor isn't corrupt, then they don't tick downwards also. But I especially want to put these in places where I want to convert the population to our ways. 1, 1, 2... And they're still ticking down. You guys need another city somewhere. If I had 2 cities, then there'd be enough going on. So, ones of yous, I'm gonna have to switch over to city status. 45 political influence. And some money. These guys are maxing. Still dropping. Oh well. If they end up revolting eventually. They're at 50. They're at 70. So it'll take them forever. And provincial civil wars, all I gotta do is just plant a guy in their capital. And eventually it sieges over. I don't have the political influence to build cities everywhere. There's a map mode for cities, isn't there? Civilization. I wasn't even trying to build and focus on civilization that much, but it looks like 80.54. Carthage 59.59. 59 in Memphis. I think we've somehow ended up the most civilized country in the world without even trying to. Territory rank, that'll show cities. Yeah, so I gotta build in cities to raise provincial happiness and to convert them easier. These guys are ticking down. Give them that for the... They got so many cities here. What I could do is disenfranchise the Etruscans and have all this convert to Sicelioites. Pisa... Oh. I've spent all the money I could. Buildings get expensive! They get expensive so fast. Alright, so... we've built the cities we've wanted. Or we built in the cities the buildings that we wanted. We could raise armies again. In 569. 1st of December. It's August. Wait, 569? That's in 2 years' time! I got 2 years so I could raise the Magna Graecans again. I guess we're waiting. I guess our conquest is on a 2-year pause for now. Unless I want to do something small and easy, like go for Gymnasium. I could. No, they have forts there. No, they have no forts. They have no forts in Gymnasium. So we could just drop guys right on top of it. But that costs political influence to fabricate Casus Belli. So now wouldn't be the time. But let's break these forts open, though. I know that's right on the frontier with Macedonia. But if I'm going to go to war with Macedonia again, I'm going to be here. So, we'll be kicking them out whenever they try. Level 3 fort? No wonder that took forever. Forts in the mountains we no longer need. Bordering against barbarian lands, what are they gonna do? I could steamroll them so easily. And every other fort that got built here because these guys revolted for a day. Oh, right, they're too disloyal there. But these ones I could... no, they're disloyal also. And that's my... tribal tributary Rome forced onto us. I don't need them, I'll get rid of them eventually. Save some money by getting rid of some forts. That'll do. We do share a broad land border with Thrace too. So there's always a chance that they're gonna march guys over the mountains. Either into Macedonia or into Asia. But that's okay. If they do that, they'll be splitting their armies up. So first, it's been 2 hours. 1 conquest and a whole lot of talking. I am going to get my BRB. So we'll come back. Name of the game is going to be Rebuilding Strength, Rebuilding Resources. And then we'll go against Thrace next when I return. Alright. A little bit of a bigger break, but I brought Toasty here with me to be my advisor on my conquest, right, Toasty? You come hang out with me, okay, Toasty? Here. Here, Toasty. Yeah, there you go. You sit right next to me, okay? Come right here. There you go. Here, you see, Toasty? Toasty, look over here. Look. Okay, fine, whatever. You're on camera, that's good enough. Actually, I could put a little bit of room. There. Toasty, come back. That's a perfect spot for you. Toasty, how come when I'm cooking dinner, you're happy to sit on the stool? But if I'm on the computer, you keep rubbing against the microphone. I don't think that's just because you want the space the microphone is taking. I think you're rubbing your cheeks on the microphone, Toasty. You want cheek rubs? You want some little scritches right here? And the surface of the microphone is good and abrasive for you? There you go, baby. We'll make a deal then, alright? I give you cheek rubs, and then you sit right here and be cute next to me. Also, Toasty, first original OG Steve II says hi. What you say about that, Toasty? He turned away. There. Are you content now, Toasty? You got cheek scritches, neck scritches, front, back, and side. Content enough to roam around the desk again. Where you going, Toast? You want to be my right-hand cat, not my left-hand cat? Well, I could put the stool over here if you want, Toasty. But then it'd be off camera. Are you camera shy, Toasty? Is that it? Aww. Maybe he is camera shy. Toast. Nobody tell him he's still partially visible. Meow. I thought you wanted the stool over here. This isn't a flying stool, Toasty. I'm not gonna move it around the entire stream. Pick a side. And mind my waters, Toasty. What? What do you... He's swiping under the stool. Do you want me to... You want me to pick it up? Is that what you want? I've spoiled him. Sometimes to play with him, I'll pick the stool up and carry him around. Toasty, I can't stream this way, I can't play the game. What do you mean that's my problem? I don't know why just holding the stool is making him so happy on it. Is that because I'm participating with you, Toasty? See, what Grom's gotta do is Grom's gotta get his cat on camera at some point. Come on, Toasty, you sit down over here, okay? Be careful with where your butt lands, Toasty. There's keyboard shortcuts even I don't know about. These cats are magic. They will graze one key on the keyboard with their butt or tail, and they'll open up some bizarre esoteric shortcut, the likes of which not even Microsoft knows about. that I can't undo until I lock the computer, unlock it to sever whatever it is they did. What about then, Toasty? We're in here because I don't want you being too lonely, since Onyx is with your dad right now. So you can be with me and not be too lonely. What do you say that I put you... I didn't even finish. Let me finish talking. Let's say I put you on top of the computer. You like to nap there because it gets so warm, and it gets extra warm when I play strategy games. Sound good, Toasty? Okay. Up you go. One cat on top of one computer. You gonna come down, you're gonna stay up there, Toasty. You look very cool, looming over the light. Here, you hang out there, okay, baby? Toasty, what did you press? Toasty, where did I go? What did you do, Toasty? Are you getting bored in here, Toasty? You heard the guy, he said meow. Alright, we can go outside then. Come here, Toasty. I thought you wanted to hang out. What he did was he somehow pushed the button to open this scene that I have here that is blank, because the purpose of this scene is for if I want to record something, like an episode of an anime or something extra funny, you know? Anyway, there's cat time done. I thought he wanted to hang out. So, we have 2 years until I could raise the Magna Graecia levies back up. We have until January 1st for Greece, December 1st for Illyria, Italia, not until next year. Not so much for screen blocking. I've played games like Kara no Sojo before, where they're very good stories, or very good games of their genre, but also are very much explicitly porn games. And so when that happens, if I have to block the screen, that's what this is for. My own personal version of the Freakazoid Relaxavision. And this chair just keeps on sinking. Maybe what I gotta do is get, like, the dining chairs out here. The dining chairs don't sink, they're just basic IKEA wood on wood. Don't risk a civil war. Zenid is unhappy. Carthaginians are putting boats over. Same war. They go against Thamud. Thamud all the way down there. Egypt and Carthage is at war with Thamud. Plus 99 for Thamud. Their war is almost done then. Egypt is expanding. They're becoming a Red Sea power. Now that they've taken Upper and Lower Egypt. Bakchides, Othelid has made quite a reputation for himself within the army he commands. Oh, mercenary army, I don't care about that. Yeah, what up? Mace, I just let Toastiality was born in here. 83 popularity. Impossible to do while an event demands my attention. Well, back to 78 popularity. Got a whole lot further to go before our imperial ambitions can manifest. Stability slowly dropping. If you perform a divine sacrifice, stability increases. What about... There's other things here we could do too, if we had the political influence that I've been neglecting the entire game because I didn't know they existed. If I... Oh, I had money. We could do ongoing games for 60 months, popularity plus 0.10 each month. It's currently ticking downwards, right? By 0.39, war exhaustion drops it in a big way. Decays by 0.77 each month. Deified rulers, due process, charisma, loyal veterans. Loyal veterans. If I go to these guys and I could hold a triumph, gain 25 popularity. Could I hold a triumph for myself? Has to be a legate or a governor. Prove legitimacy, lose money for legitimacy. Influence, lose popularity for political influence. I pay influence to make him happier. Reward veteran. Reduces his power base. I need more events to fire to make me more popular. Just so I could gain an imperial government form. We're very obviously an empire, just not the title to prove it. Though speaking of Relaxovision and Freakazoid, I've been rewatching Freakazoid over the past couple of weeks at night before bed. It's a nice show. Used to watch a lot as a kid, but I hadn't remembered how much of it was like random skits here or there. It was kind of like basically, especially the first season, was very Animaniacs. Vegetables, livestock, pop promotion. Civic tech advances if we get the surplus, oratory tech. Noble happiness, noble happiness. Monthly tyranny down by 1. Same religion happiness, noble happiness. Slave happiness and build costs. Archer discipline. Experience decay down. Light infantry offense. We still have light infantry. Get those base metals in. One more year to go before I could even raise my Magna Graecia levies. Taking my boat months to get across the Mediterranean. Deeded family head. How did the Deededs think of me now? Pantordanos has actual, but he's got 55 corruption. Look at this guy. I could bring him to trial with corruption that high. Very high chance of success. We gain tyranny. We gain tyranny by bringing somebody to trial. He's corrupt, but it's tyrannical of us to bring corrupt people to court. Temple's Theater is being built. If it didn't cost a bit of stability each time, I'd consider swapping pantheons around, because we got plenty of holy sites under our control now. And we could put artifacts inside those holy sites, and even when they're not active, those artifacts effects will still be in place. So if we had 5 billion stability, we could swap out to Melkart, say, Canaanite God. Put a couple of artifacts there. Those artifacts would be active forever. Switch to Hades, put an artifact there because it's on level 1. Switch to Hephaestus, put a couple artifacts, and so on, so on. But the stability hit is super, super costly. Integrated culture happiness, local import routes, so I don't want to change those. If we had 100 political influence, and we upgraded Syracusa to a metropolis, then that would be a level 3 holy site, and we could put an extra artifact there. I would do this and gain 0.10 popularity per month. Except 0.10, it does nothing against 0.36, that just makes it a little bit slower. Maybe I do want more corrupt governors. At least in unimportant areas, because I feel like having corrupt governors gave me more events to respond to their corruption. Illyria Greca's up to 78. 12 away before it could... Changes by 0.0 each month. So we're just going to be stuck on this mission forever because it's no longer increasing. Province Illyria Greca, 90 or higher province loyalty. But until I get more cities in here, I could... They've already got 2 courts of law. This increases territory provincial loyalty by 0.5. Increases territorial provincial loyalty 0.5, 0.2. So even with 0.12 provincial loyalty increase, it's stabilized to 0. Apollonia, you have room for one more thing here. And there's really nothing else building-wise that increases provincial loyalty. But you see, if they have 2 cities, it doubles the provincial loyalty output. We could make a city here. Wait, no, Cataria is a city. Revoke city status. No, it says no because it's not a city. Found City? Found City, there it is. See, I was confused, because my cursor is in the lit up area. The buttons are squares, but the pictures are rhombuses. That is dangerous. If I wanted to found a metropolis in... Okay, Revoke City's all the way down over there. So, what I was thinking then, that might be dangerous, is if I go to Syracuse to found Metropolis, I click the button next to it instead. But the button next to it is Found City, so there's no accidentally revoking city status. It's just weird. Square buttons with rhombus graphics that diagonally lean into the next button over. So I would have to found a city here to start building things up to get Katarias up. That's right, harsh treatment. If I put them on harsh treatment also raises provincial loyalty. It'll raise by 0.21 each month. But it will cost some of my political influence. What year is it? August 568. December of next year, all the way in December. 74 popularity. I'm never gonna unlock this decision until the next guy inherits. Speaking of which, I could anoint one of the other potential successors. Governor of Rayeta is my heir apparent, right? The primary heir, 1 marshal, 641. His wife gives him better marshal. But I want charisma to gain popularity. The rough thing is that developing cancer has dropped his charisma by 2. So what charisma he had that would have fed into his charisma is getting sapped away and making him less popular. He's less popular because he's sick. Though his wife's charisma overcomes his own. So it's even with the charisma of 8 that he's draining. Whose are other options? 2, 6, 6, 2. He's got no wife. 34 years of age. Antiphilos, Agathoclid. Not popular. See, that's what I should have been doing then. If I had a son who was leading armies, I could have thrown him triumphs after good war to increase people's loyalty to him and his popularity. 38 popularity, 14 popularity, 2 popularity, 9 popularity. And stats are kind of meh across the board for everybody. Effect if ruler monthly stability change 0.05. That's cool. Fewer national tax. He's got Mentagra, so less health. Infection, so less health. Agathocles. He's in poor health in general at 21 years of age. Because he's got dysentery. Once a fervent believer, Agathocles abandoned his faith. That's no good. Charisma +1, pious, omen power. Omen power plus 2.5. And -10. Monthly popularity plus 0.05. Charisma +1. Prominent, attraction as air, great wonder construction. Scholar, tech speed increase, plain speaking, diplomatic reputation +3. I guess he's alright. Except charisma of 4 is pretty dumb. His wife's got no better. His wife gives him better martial, better zeal. So basically he'll be mediocre stat-wise all around. Oh well. One of our soldiers has a reputation of a man blessed by the god of war himself, fighting with a frenzy unlike any other. Some of our soldiers question why he has not been promoted after all his heroic deeds during war, while others treat him as a demigod. Martial Focus Pursewind joins the court. Gain Inspiring Soldier for 60 months, more morale, more fort defense. I feel like I am lacking in good characters. So who'd we gain? What excellent commander has risen from the ranks? Is it just Eubulos? With 12 martial? Confident, chariot and heavy cavalry discipline, brave. Cohort loyalty gain chance. If we made him a commander, there's a risk that over time, they'll be more loyal to him than me. We could adopt him. He'll gain popularity, we'll lose legitimacy. Tribal neighbor is opening their borders and giving us cash. Cool. Thrace has her armies on the move. What's going on? They're at war with Moesia. And what is Macedon doing? They got no wars going on. But they got their boats moving. And there's Thrace's boats. Thrace's boats are down here. That's all their boats. I'm going to keep an eye on that. They're going to port. No, they're going down this way. I might focus on destroying their boats first. They're trying to move their armies over here to go up over there. Interesting. Corruption. Everyone in my realm is so corrupt. Everyone's corrupt with poor stats. We have decent stability. And since our popularity is going to be too low for a while anyway, to grab the decision to change government to imperial, let's go ahead and swap laws for a cultural dissemination policy. Promotion of our national ideals. It'll increase pop assimilation speed, which is what I want. I want them to convert faster to Sekeliot ways. Especially in the Greek areas where they have lots of population. Pretender support. No chance of civil war left yet. Epistrategos has died. Epistrategos gives mercenary army maintenance. Who's got good statesmanship? The people with good statesmanship have garbage marshal. So this guy's also got 6 finesse. So Eubulos here make a great governor. He'll lose loyalty if I put him in a very good governorship, because the power base makes him inherently less loyal. They start getting ideas. Ten and 2. He's a dinocratide. So it behooves us to give them more stuff, right, to make them happy. My biggest militaries, levy-wise, are still Magna Graecia, I command them, Italia, then Greece. 9 and 7's respectable. 10 and 2 is good marshal, but not very good governorship. So who was it I was looking at? Eubulos, 12 marshal means he'll be a great commander when leading the armies of Italia. And 6 finesse means he'll be a better governor in general. No corruption. 52 loyalty now, but once he gets a taste of power. 38, right on the border. "29 loyalty. My governor in Palestine is disloyal. I gave it to a Recaparid. He must have been hiding his status. Governor of Insubria is a particularly weasel-like man. He's begun stirring people up, the people of his governorate, perhaps hoping to challenge our rule. Unfortunately, he is well regarded in the locale. A response must be made with care. Cannot move against him. Insubria. Where's Insubria? Oh, Governor of Cisalpine Gaul. We don't have many guides in Cisalpine Gaul. Province loses 24 loyalty, so Province of Insubria loses the loyalty, and it gains 10 corruption. Debt of treason paid in blood. Imprison him, and lose his loyalty. If he's gonna act against us, it's the only right answer. Gain tyranny to banish him. Execute him. I gain 3 popularity if I execute him. He's near to... I gain popularity for executing. Gladiatorial debut. I gain popularity based on the outcome of the match. He's only worth 8 gold, so selling him into slavery is not worth much. Gladiators! To the sound of pitiful pleas and standing applause, Damophon and Nericles took to the sands this day to fight for their very survival in the arena. The crowd responded well to the awful fight, and the outcome seemed uncertain unto the last. To standing jubilation, Nericles tore apart Damophon with a wicked pike. The old man, who's near death, tore apart... Well, I guess he's got 1 marshal. Lazy, tactically inflexible, weak-willed, but he's ambitious. If that is it, a CEO. 3 martial against 1 martial. No wonder he killed him with a fish. With great pomp, Arbacelius declared Nearchos Stratoclede the victor, to be granted freedom immediately. Gained 15 popularity. That's not bad. That's up to 87. I'm only 3 away now because I need 90, right? Lack of governor and titles unassigned. Okay. Dinocratide, we took a job away from you. Let's give you the job back. You've got too much corruption for me to trust with the governorship anyway. Governor Cisalpine Gaul. They're all foreigners here. We gotta convert them to proper Sekeliot ways if we want them to be usable in our armies. 30 corruption, 30 corruption. Nearchos, he give him his old job back. I'll forget the whole trying to rally my provinces against me thing if you forget the whole throwing you into a gladiator fight to the death thing, yeah? Yeah. It's gonna take a while yet for my Graeca Magna levies. What I could do is we could start the war now. I'll just need everybody else to do the fighting. Greece, Italia, Macedonia. Their boats are still there. They don't have any armies on them, as far as I can tell. Start war now? While they're busy with Moesia? What I want to do is take their heartlands in Europa. Isn't that funny? Europa is here, and Asia is there. And yet we extrapolate it to the entire landmass this way and that way. There's a metaphor in that somewhere, that if Asia is traditionally this bit, and Europa is traditionally that bit, and the Greeks decide, well, clearly Europe is there, Asia is there. Extrapolate until you hit ocean. It feels foolish, but I think now I have to do it. They probably don't have the kind of military might I do. Their forts, they got a few, but a whole lot more is unprotected. I want to use war for Europa as an excuse to push more to Anatolia. 'Cause I want those Anatolian populations. There's not a lot of pops. So even, I'm looking at that's all like low population. Most appear to be down to the south. And the parts already own, and the parts already own. But there's some over here. So southern area looks more rich in Anatolian populations. War exhaustion's at 17.73. I think we can do this. Declare war on Thrace with the war go take Europa. No longer importing earthenware to Boeotia, to Boeotia, to Boeotia. As long as these aren't to the capital, I don't care. We were importing a lot from Thrace. Syracuse, no! We lost our hemp! We lost our leather, our iron! Iron I want to maintain, but we have. We have plenty of iron. Hemp. We'll import from elsewhere. Did they say base metals? We'll get the rest later. Give me those 22,000 Italians. Give me... Where's the border between Greece and Macedonia? Give me those Greek and Macedonians. Can I get them back or have them up from somewhere else? Yeah, easy enough. There's trade goods all over the world, so I could find other people around the world to trade with. What really matters is for the capital province. So a lot of them were, you know, resources going to the provinces, the hinterlands, whatever. I don't really care about that. I had them set on automatic so I don't have to think about it. But we have plenty of potential trading partners outside of Thrace. And we could also import internally. So if I have the resources, I could just get the resources for myself. It simply won't give me as much import value, because it's not really an import if it's from me to me. But I still got my strategic goods, and we got plenty of commercial income from all our other import partners. So I'm not stressing. I also don't know exactly how many armies he has. Right now he's busy in Moesia. But that won't always be true. Governor of Cilicia. Must have been rival to the governor of or something. The thing about the imports are really nice because, or the export income is really nice because, well, the import income is in small decimals usually. Selling stuff out abroad is some much nicer decimals. But it's still decimals. But because we have so many resources, everybody could ask for our stuff, as long as I allow them. So that's a lot of money to be made, just by exporting a whole lot of things by sheer volume alone. So, by canceling our imports from Thrace, they've done absolutely nothing. They haven't hurt me materially because we still have the materials. They haven't hurt me financially because we still have loads of other trade partners. Now, if I was smaller, especially with fewer trade routes available, it might have been a bit uncertain then. Because I didn't always have all these surpluses. I had to pick and choose. which import do I want to focus on for which benefits. Now I barely have to think about it. And it feels to me that all of their armies are going to be voted here. Oh, there's a couple. There's a 2,000 stack. $56,000 troops total between all these. With 142 boats, they could all fit. Another 2,000 stack, a 13,000 stack. Isn't that cute? They're trying to spread out. Alright. I don't want to over-rely too much on the smaller governorates, because they don't have as many guys. Asia's only got a tiny group. I can't even raise them until this December. Thrace, I got a few guys. So we could actually march them down. 2,000 troops to go against their 2,000 troops. That'll just be baby home defense force. Oh, I know what I should have done. What I should have done is, if we got the military tradition for slave raids, all they care about is that we have 500 populations of integrated culture, though, so it's not just... Oh. Well, it could work if we do a bunch of slave raids, and then we get integrated cultures. They have to be integrated as a thing. They have lots of different Anatolian cultures here. I think my best bet isn't to get into Anatolia here, because there's a goodly amount of people of various Anatolian culture groups, but the trouble is that it's scattered Anatolian culture groups. I would have to integrate a plurality of these cultures to get 500 pops. We have Romans and Etruscans integrated, and Etruscans still aren't at 500. Rome was already pretty big, they're at 600. We've had the Epirotes integrated from the beginning. They're only at 162. So if I were to integrate one culture, that'd be nothing. I'd have to integrate a whole lot of them. And every single time that I integrate a culture, number of integrated cultures makes those cultures who are already integrated more unhappy. So I think that if what I want to do is integrate a whole bunch of either Arabian, Levantine, Axumite, no, that's the other one. Iranian, Bactrian, Scythian, Aramaic, Anatolian, Caucasian. I think my best bet is by way of Armenia. Because Armenia has a buttload of Armenians. We could also integrate Scythians. There's loads of Scythian population, but they're all out in the wilderness. They're not a settled tribe, they're roaming the steppes. And population number here is pretty grim. They've only got 300 Scythians in Scythia. Whereas Armenia... 800 Zoroastrian Armenians. 800 Chaldic Armenians. 141 Sibylline Armenians. So, it might be more to our benefit to go for Armenia instead, but they're all the way out there. We've also got a bunch of Aramaic folk. Aramaic, Assyrian. And that counts, yeah? Rhino Jacket, the OG, rating with 7. Thank you very much. Let me toss you some shoutouts. We got 2 OGs now. The first original OG Steve. And Rhino Jacket, the OG. We got all the original gangstas in here. Elden Ring Night Rain. Very exciting stuff. I haven't played Elden Ring myself. But I've seen lots of other friends play Elden Ring. Seems like exciting stuff. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the raid and bringing your friends in. We're getting some Imperator Rome going here. Going to war against the mighty neighbor that is Thrace. Under the mistaken assumption that that was going to help me build up enough Anatolian culture groups to embrace Greco-Persian influences and thus have access to different military technologies and traditions. But I was a fool, friend of ours. I was a fool because while they do have different Anatolian cultures here, the populations are tiny. So I cannot realistically, feasibly integrate all these. You're gonna lurk, have some dinner, enjoy both. Enjoy the lurk, Rhino, enjoy the dinner, and thank you again. But this isn't a total loss, because I still feel like getting some more territory here is a good thing. Becoming a Black Sea power to go with the Aegean and Mediterranean is simply an extension of what we got going on. So I think after I take some things from Thrace, we could go further along the Black Sea coast, try to unite the Pontus, the Anatolians, but the people there are so disparate. It would give us access towards Armenia, and Armenia would give us a fairly hegemonic culture group to integrate, and that would definitely get us closer to being able to embrace Greco-Persian influences. But the Aramaics are right next door. I could get them with a couple of wars against Macedon and Persia. Or I could simply opt to ignore expansion to the east, as the population is going to be smaller, and simply turn my sights against Carthage and Egypt. That might be the better plan anyway. Since these guys are all landlocked, yeah? Or at least compared to me. They're landlocked in the sense that there's a small coast here. Our boats could beat them up. They won't be able to move as easily. Persia has no sea access here. So for my intents and purposes, they're landlocked. Carthage and Egypt. The only trouble there is they have an alliance with each other. And that is deadly scary. I don't know who Carthage have all integrated, but as far as I know, they need to be of your religion. 1,500 Punic, 500 Massilian. They do have some Canaanites out there, but compared to us, we should be able to overcome them. Egypt makes it tricky, but Egypt is mostly up and down the Nile, and they might end up pulling Carthage into some other wars for influence further down the Red Sea. Alright, Cisalpine Gaul died again. Who's gonna be governor? We got foreign families trying to pretend they're great families here. We got high corruption. Corrupt. Agad is a foreign great family that tries to agitate things in here. So they're not getting anything. Antiphilos Agathoclid. 20 corruption. Okay. This will give the Diadochretid more power. But they'll officially become a more grateful family. Loyalty increased for everyone. Yeah, that army left. So we'll just stick here for now. Attempt to make friends with Zenid. Now, what did I say? I was expecting them to bring guys in from the mountains. But that's alright. We'll kick these guys' ass here. And then we'll send a stack over to Europa to conquer there. And another stack to face her 10,000 here. Just waiting on the levy of Macedonia. And their boats have gone into hiding. 20,000. Ooh. Change of plan, boats, come on this way. The ideal is to take out their biggest stacks while we can. They got no ports there, but that's alright. They're trying to run away. I don't mind sacrificing this group. Don't let them hear that, though. It looks like that guy's going to run away before we get there. $22,000 against 20. Here. Leader of Italia disloyal again. Every single time Italia. What the heck? Gains 1 corruption. Charles gains 1 corruption. He gains 5 corruption. I simply cannot prevent my guys from getting corruption, no matter how much I try to avoid it. Monthly corruption of 0.2. Or just an upfront cost of 5 corruption. Just give him the bribe. Pay 1 influence or 5 influence. 5 whole months of influence. What do you mean leader disloyal? He's got 47 loyalty now. Refresh yourself, game. That isn't true. It is simply not true that he is disloyal anymore. $47 loyalty. There you go. And now they're coming back. They haven't finished this war here yet, so I'm hoping that these two here are their expedition forces to Moesia that are pulled back down this way. If they could afford 23,000 on this border and 20,000 on this border, they might have more than I'm comfortable with. They don't have max morale yet, so now would be a good time to go against them. Except they're running away, the fools. And now let's send boats back on over here. Because it's almost time for the Magna Graecia levies to come up. We'll send 14,000 to manage these guys. They're probably coming to Elimia. I would. And the rest will go this way to intercept. They try to go to Imbros? Let's see if I can't get them to lock in first. Likely to win. Terrains to their benefit. We have everything else. Stronger army, better morale, better quality leader, better commander. There's still a little tiny bit of yellow under Dad's portrait, so we still have the extra discipline in play. 9.7 discipline to make the difference. Yeah, gutting their armies. Running away now that they've been caught. Wreck them. And let's see. They do have forts there, so it's an okay place to sit. $3,000 of 10,000 troops killed? If I were them, I go to Paradiocalypse. I do also gotta unsiege this stuff, but that's like 1 or 2 provinces. Yeah, they're right next to each other, capitals. And they have no. Speaking of they have no, where's the siege? No siege? Pillar means capital. We are at war, right, Thrace? We are. The guy standing there is a mercenary unit. Leader of Greece is disloyal. 32 corruption. He's already as corrupt as he's going to be, so give him those free hands. No, because Crusader Kings 3 has the same problem, where they put all these bubbles in front on top of each other, and you can't just easily click one thing. Give them a day to get the news over. They're locked. So you gotta turn them around. Yeah, see, he is going to Paterikopolis. Oh, it's next year. Where's my boats? Boats coming in? Let's get my Magna Graecia supermen up. 47,000. 47,000 Sicoliotes. Zero killed of 8,000. That is cheating. It is impossible to use the organized retreat on day 1 of the battle. Well, they got more coming in here, the sneaks. We'll have boats come over. Pick up my supermen. Kick them right out. There's an actual fort still. Since I haven't got rid of the border forts yet, so he's gonna be there for a bit. Olympic Games, when at this rate the only Hellenic powers to compete is gonna be us. So, now that I know that while there are many Anatolian groups here, there's no one group with good enough population to get my 500. What should I do with Thrace with this war instead? I don't care too much about going up into these lands. Into the Zalmoxian lands. Thrace was super interested in going into Carpathia. Me, not so much. Rhodope, Europa, and we'll curve on east and south. Chalcedon I also want to eventually eliminate because it's their foreign families mucking things up in our realm. We have 18,000 here. Can we walk all the way to Byzantium? We can. Imagine not making any forts in your heartlands and just allowing people to march all up and down. Couldn't be me. Paeonia is part of Macedonia, so no harm grabbing that. The Hellenistic major power of Egypt has declared war upon us. Egypt. See, I don't want to turn these off, because I don't care about the provinces losing trade. I care about my capital losing trade. But if I turn these messages off, it's just we are no longer importing. So I would lose the capital message as well as the province's message. Well, if Egypt's going to war, then Carthage is too, right? Alliance with Egypt, but they haven't been called in. They have a year. They have a year to join this war, and they probably will. We have Bohyrics, Fayumics, and Sahidics for this Egyptian-type culture. This just gives me more opportunity. I'm not even stressed out too much about here, right? Because my ambitions in Thrace were smaller than I imagined. I wanted to get Anatolian peoples. They have Anatolian peoples. They have a lot of quantity, but not a lot of quantity. So a prolonged war in Thrace is not to my benefit anyway. We'll allow our people here to keep doing what they're doing. But let's see. We could turn this to our advantage. So, Greco-Persian influences would be if I expand to the east. Anatolia, Mesopotamia, Armenia. If we go for Greco-Levantine instead, we would need 500 pops of Levantine or Egyptian are easy ones to grab. Because Levantine, we have Phoenicians up and down the Levantine coast here. And we have Punics that are the dominant culture in Carthage. They have 1,500 Canaanite Punics they can give me. 1,500 Canaanite Punics. $700 Bohyrics. If these two aren't going to join in the war together with each other, and if they split up, that gives me cause to go against Carthage. I don't think these Bohyrics are going to be enough for me. But taking Egypt now, and then Carthage next, does help out my desired ambitions. And they wouldn't even need to be all from the same culture, right? As long as I have the total populations. No, it says one. One of our integrated cultures must be at least 500 pops in size and belong to one of the following culture groups. So even if I did stay behind in Thrace to conquer Anatolia, it'd be no good. Integrating every single last culture here till it comes up to 500 Anatolians That's not one integrated Anatolian culture. What's this golden one? Aegean, Bohairik. We got some Egyptians over there. But since this is Egypt attacking too, Kos. Kos is a feudatory of Egypt. So, my expectation is that my Magna Grecia armies alone could keep pushing Egypt down the Nile. And then we take over some stuff here. They're licking their wounds, we're taking their delta. Hooray for Guinea. But when we finish stuff up in Thrace, we could send a group on down over here. Take Kos. And that'll be the end of Egyptian colonies in the Aegean. Now, of course, that's all implying that Carthage doesn't join the war and plant 10,000 guys in Sicily, or even up in Liguria to start carving things up where I'm not ready and really spread my front on two ends. This is a game where controlling the war target is one of the most important things. What is the war target for this even? To take Galilee. Didn't I just erase all of my forts there? They got a couple of forts. Level 1. Of course, in the Delta, they got level 3. Level 3. Their capital in Memphis, level 1. So, on the sea and on the frontier, level 1. Level 1. Okay. On the front facing for their important lands, they got level 3, but then inland it's only level 1. I'm thinking that we could kick their army's ass over here in Palestine, while another army takes the central delta and Memphis. They'll lose their capital. They'll lose a lot of their alluvian fields. They'll lose one of their major power points. The important part of Egypt is gonna belong to us. Now granted, they'll still have miles upon miles upon miles of Nile, and that is beautiful, fertile area. We'll have most of the population. If I could take Alexandria too. Alexander's tomb. We could take Alexander's tomb for ourselves. That's a lot of guys there. Let's focus less on the war over here, and more about facing these armies to try to white peace out, consolidate. If I just get Europa, then great. Finish up the war with Thrace, so my guys here can come south. Or worst case scenario, I let them have Galilee. It's not the end of the world. It's a bunch of Phoenician and Hebrew populations that worship in Hellenic ways. The Hebrews in the Hellenic League have been drawn away from their indigenous faith. So it's already a lot of populations they cannot use. If they grab that tiny bit, it's merely a land grab. It's a land grab that doesn't help them all out all that much. I'll probably lose stability for losing. I don't want that. Carthage still isn't in the war. If Carthage isn't in the war, then I'm winning. Europa consists of this, and they have forts on both ends. That army's almost dead, but that one's coming in. It's small enough that we should be okay still. I could hire this group. Well, see, if I hired this group here, they'll start off at 0 morale, so I can't use them yet. There's no use having a mercenary where the fight's happening if the morale isn't good. We are victorious. 1,111 of ours killed the entire stack. Damn! They snuck in some extra guys I didn't know about and they still lost. What I need isn't quantity of boats, I need some outboard motors here. Who you with? Byblos? Little independent city of Byblos? That's a client state of Macedon? I don't need your friendship. It looks like they hired the mercenaries. They hired the mercenaries since I didn't. Which means they're easy pickings, they're gonna be killed. No Egyptians on our borders yet. They're probably having to move everyone up the river. Because they're a spread out people. Nubia, they have a lot, but there's no access to the sea. They either have to come up to Upper Egypt, and then march to the coast, or go all the way down here. See, this is a race against time now. If Egypt gets their armies up, then it's a whole lot of Egyptians at once. If they don't, if I can get here in time, I could redirect their movements to protect their core, and I could fight them off in 1s and 2s. Oh, Syracuse lost like half its imports with that. What do we lack now? Honey. We have internal honey. Let's cancel some of my my honey exports, so I could just bring them into us. Or do I not have any other honey surplus since I haven't been increasing the infrastructure around the realm like I should be doing if I was pro at this game? Is there no... There, honey. It's 0.6. 0.6 is good money. It's also going to what's his tits? To Carthage? That's Carthage's flag there, right? Yeah. So maybe they don't want to go to war because they want my honey. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Honey? Alright, South Phoenicia. Province of Corsica is too disloyal to import from them. Wow. Let's cancel that trade route. Import from myself to myself. What else is down? Hemp. Hemp is a strategic resource. So let's try to maintain our hold on it. This is an alphabetical. Great. They don't have a flag, they don't get the resource. Dates with good commerce income, that helps itself. Do I have dates? Dies, dates. Let's cancel these dates then. They're both in Galilee. And we might lose Galilee to Egypt. So let's hold off on making that an internal import then. We've also lost our glass for country civilization level up. Citizen happiness, citizen happiness. National freeman output, citizen happiness. Spices for citizen output. Tech investment. Oratory tech investment. We've been sleeping on the noble stuff. Monthly tyranny down. Hey. You got mail? Wells Fargo special offer. It's gonna be you qualify for a credit card, please apply. Actually, you don't qualify. A county fair? They got stunt dog shows. Community service, ball recreation guide, cool. Wild game is archer discipline. Stone is build cost, cheaper. Okay, let me get some basic stuff in. Boeotia, Dardania. Wild game would help our archers. Have I got wild game to cancel? Got loads of wine. No wild game, wine, wood, vegetables. So 5 more to do. Let's make glass an internal trade. I'll permit anything to be accepted for exports as long as I hold on to my surpluses. We have so much glass. 0.57! See, these trade routes aren't made equally. Some of them are a whole lot more valuable than others. Ionia we hold. So we get surplus from them. Oh, and there's a surplus. I guess someone else could have the rest of it. Gemstone, civilization level, we already have maximum. Practically, we're the most civilized in the entire world. Earthenware. Before I go canceling some trade routes. Okay, they're all external. .41. If you're not paying me a lot, get out of here. There's my surplus, and now we have 2 more routes. So we can get another surplus bonus, the local food modifier, and move slave cost, pop promotion speed. I feel like pop promotion speed would be cool, except this is still a heavily slave-based economy, and we're not exactly integrating anybody else right now. We could try for silk. Do I produce silk of my own? We have at least, I think I've seen some on some island. Cyclades. It's pretty good money. But let's try to get that silk for ourselves first. If we gotta make it a hushed secret, then it'll be our hushed secret. That one is enough to get the surplus. Spices will be citizen output. Egypt. Egypt. We gotta get Cyrenaica to get spices. Our frankincense and myrrh. More from Egypt. I guess monthly tyranny wouldn't be bad. We've also got marble production. How am I going to be a Hellenic power and not have the surplus on marble? Okay. We got that marching in. We have a mercenary army there that has 0 morale, so they functionally don't exist. Sieging one side of Europa. Another army coming in to siege that side. Egypt hasn't got their armies consolidated yet. Carthage is thankfully not participating in this war yet. We're gonna send our Greco no longer importing base metals from Carthago to Syracuse. Hey. Hey. Come on. I guess Carthage wants to play. If we lose Galilee, But gaining Carthage, I'm going to count that as a good thing. It'd be a shame to lose my eastern Mediterranean coast that I fought so hard for against Macedon. But like I said, this is actually low-value territory, because the population, the meager population it has, is foreign. They have some Macedonian city-states. We have access to Macedonians because they're integrated. But they're Hellenic here. And... okay, Egypt is Hellenic. So they're trying to convert... instead of integrate... they didn't do the, they didn't choose to embrace the Egyptian religion, and they didn't choose to syncretize the Egyptian religion. They maintained their Hellenic roots. So, they would have to... they've already got Hellenic Macedonians in Egypt. If they're integrating them already, if they're already integrated, then they could use them. Otherwise, a majority here is Hebrew, that they cannot use without integration. What level fort have they got in Carthage? They got 2, the smart people. Level 1 fortification. Level 1. Carthage has 2 forts. Since when were they allowed to be smart? I have to protect my heartland. That's right on my border. If I ignore it to go east and attack Egypt, then they're going to be sending guys all over Sicily. I know they want it back. And more importantly, even if they occupy it and I kick them out, that's still damage done to us. They'll be stealing money, slaughtering population, kidnapping more for slavery. So we gotta do that to them first. There's a kamikaze wind to make sure their fleets can't get through us. Actually, I don't know. Does this actually do anything? Is that rain or current? That looks like clouds dropping rain to me. Does it actually have an effect? Does it raise attrition? Imperator Rome weather. Climates, is weather a thing? But there's lots on sea tiles. Imperator Rome sea storm? Ship damaging storms? Storms exist in the game, lol. They give attrition to fleets and damage ships while in the storm. Okay. Okay. So they do have an effect. Attrition and damage. Like Heracles or Alexander, Sostratos Zenit appears to be the exception to the rule. He's confident. More fights going on here. They've only got 7,000 Egyptians. They're gonna take all of it. I know they are. Olympic Games have come to an end, and the victor was Egypt. Really? While they're attacking us? That sounds like shenaniganry to me. Get that back up, more experience, more discipline. Then our import. What do we lose? Base metal. We produce base metals. Let's make that an internal... What is it? Strategic resource? Aquatina, Sarkitia, Dodecapolis, to Chaldea, Moesia. Moesia no longer exists, it is in Thrace. That way we ensure our strategic access to those base metals. Keeping an eye out, because I gotta find out where those Phoenician boats are where their boats are going to be. See him around anywhere? I'm not gonna have the war score to ask for anything from Carthage. What if I simply tell them that they are allowed to keep Galilee? Wrong war. Allow them to keep that. All of my options are to Hellenic League, to Hellenic League, to Hellenic League. Release Kos, why don't you? Cede territory? No. This is all to us. Where's... You kicked my butt, I'm willing to let you have stuff. Offer peace. Capital, war balance, war score. Okay. I got myself stuck in a pickle here then. At least with Thrace, we got these going. We can grab Europa, then bolt. If Egypt gets the entire coastline here, that's not the end of the world. We could turn around and put some stuff down this way, unsiege that because there's no forts. And so that is a situation. Oh, we could even spin the map, just like in Crusader Kings 3. Could I... Let me see. Is there an option to have it not snap back? Tooltip lock time. We can have it lock better. Camera face north, whether it always faces north or not. Focus on combat. Tooltip lock time. I say make it faster. It takes forever, and it already doesn't lock all that effectively most times anyway. Mouse tendency. What if it's action locked? Do I click to lock it? So like, if I go to government, go to here, and then go to that. Then it waits on action. What's the action lock? What's the action for it? Far as I can see, there's no settings for controls and rebinding stuff. So I can't even check what the action lock action is. Okay. So. I said no, the camera always points north. So shouldn't that mean if I spit it to not north, it stays not north? No. Fine. If I can't unlock it. So we have war and war and war. Before we untangle this, I gotta grab my next BRB. Now when I come back, we're gonna see what we do about the war with Egypt. War with Thrace looks scary. But once a couple of occupations are done, they'll be pushed back to the Black Sea. I just have a two-front defensive war against Egypt and Carthage to worry about. That'll be the problem for a Guinea with a lighter bladder, so back in a second. Alright, folks, back to our three-front war. A three-front war. One easy one that occupies our armies, one stressful one against two big powers. I think this calls for a little assistance, does it not? Where's the mood fitter? Yeah. That's how I feel with wars on three borders. Oh no. Got the emergency pig up. Since we have no forts in the area here, because I expected to go against Macedon, not Egypt. They're going to finish up here, and then turn their attention elsewhere. They're not going to be content to win just yet. Let's bring my mercenaries over. Whoa! 94 Phoenician boats. 94 Phoenician boats. Or Punic boats. They both have P, okay? These Levantine people are all P people. That's his boats. He can't bring anybody in. They also have 22,000 mercenaries right here. 22,000 mercenaries to be hired out of Carthage. I have one more mercenary slot available. They cost 22 per month for maintaining them. Mercenary maintenance cost premium. You know what? I'm gonna do it. He's considered exiled, though. Since he's in foreign land. But this is fine. This is good. I don't need him to be a good fighter right now, hence I don't care about the morale. It's a Carthaginian resource that they're not using, and I could use it to help with sieging down this dense area. The plight of the downtrodden is long debated in regards to the Hellenic military. Our policy of exclusion outside times of great need has resulted in other nations forging ahead of us in military matters. We have received word that great reforms have taken place in Rome, driven by a bipartisan force of the elite and common folk alike, resulting in sweeping changes to the very nature of the Roman military. Dionysios Thenocletide, a man possessed of keen military mind, argues that we might benefit from adopting a similar approach, though the cost of such a matter is worth considering. Modernize, lose population happiness, gain morale of armies, manpower recovery speed, and 80 political influence. Or lose 15 loyalty from a guy I can't afford to lose loyalty on. Do it. Give me morale. Give me 80 political influence. Happiness, I've already got stacking benefits or stacking modifiers on. This is the status quo. If that is minus 10%, then that's not at a good place. Heated debates at a court not uncommon, especially when so many prominent members of society are involved. A wave of xenophobia swept across the Hellenic League. Foreign values regard distrust. Iccius recuperated across the line when he accused of Basileus of indulging in barbaric Sogdian practices. Barbaric Sogdian practices. You know what's happened? The guy's watched some popular YouTube video that just came out that everyone else has already seen, so he thinks he's an expert because somebody put a video essay that he watched. Sogdians are all the way out there by the Tarim Basin. How the heck are our Mediterranean Hellenic Sikeliotes behaving in any way Sogdian? Iccius is practically Kalingan. Ha! Ha! How's that? The Basileus also watches video essays. If we're from the Tarim Basin, you're from the Indian Sea. Or the Indian Ocean. 10 popularity gained because we watched the correct video essays. Which means we have enough popularity and enough political influence Imperial, I was like, where is it? I don't see it! Because it's up here. Theocratic monarchy, we can no longer do another stability. Lose 10 stability to get empire form. What are consequences? Legitimacy down, population happiness down. But stability decay will increase with low stability. Let's get imperial ambition. Adopt the empire government form while we have armies at our gates. Well, armies at the gates of the frontier, at the fringes of the empire. Charicles I, Eleutherios Agathoclid, resplendent in the glory of conquest, has eclipsed all other petty kingdoms. A new title is needed for the ruler of the Hellenic Empire. We get one of each. One military, civic, oratory, and religious. And so if we have them all, we get slave output up, freeman output up, and war score cost minus 10%. But these all cost... these all cost political influence. 1, 2, 3, 4 all need 80. I want to get my metropolis, but that costs 100 political influence. I have 140. So I could get the metropolis, I get 2 things. Metropolis will be constructed after a period of construction. I want to... But I feel like right now while I'm at war, the benefits of having a metropolis 2 years from now won't be as great as having war score cost, slave output, whatever ideas I have here, army morale, navy morale, discipline. Discipline is the better stat than morale, right? Discipline is a cosmic stat. Legion and navy maintenance cheaper. Siege ability, experience decay. Let's get the elite soldiery. What else do we have for the others though? Let's see what the other options to buy are. Build cost and time, population capacity is also cool. Provincial loyalty 0.05. Commerce income, 3 capital import routes. Province import route, slave output, citizen output, global food. I feel like I want provincial loyalty. I lose so much off of decimals already. Plus, it's the only way we're ever going to consolidate Illyria, and then triumph in Illyria. I chose the worst mission, because it's not just conquering places, it's grinding out provincial loyalty, and it's dropping again. And I lose 5 stability if I cancel the mission. I chose the most grind-worthy mission imaginable. So I like population capacity, but I want to get provincial loyalty. So, elite soldiers, provincial loyalty, corruption down for everyone? Unintegrated happiness, unintegrated happiness. Loyalty of generals and admirals is only really important if I was actually using legions, which I'm not just yet, which I should have been doing. Research points. Loyalty of governors, fucking yes. Opinion maximum, war score cost, diplomatic relations. Country and monthly civilization change I think is already great because I'm pretty sure we got the highest civilization of anybody. War exhaustion down, omen power up. Our discipline could become even more disciplinarious. I like that. Subject states we don't have. Pop conversion, religious conversion, integrated happiness, ruler popularity gain, tyranny down, loyalty of characters in general. I like loyalty of characters in general. I love omen power. Let's get loyalty of governors, because I'm tired of disloyal governors. And then provincial loyalty and discipline. That's finesse in the right spot, just making sure that I didn't misclick and put the right one to the wrong area. Military, get discipline. Religion, omen power is even more discipline. And oratory. Loyalty of governors. Giving us war score, freeman, slave. Okay. Alright. We'll just need to part these guys down for a minute. And those boats are gonna flee before I can get out. If I split the armies up here... Unit lacks access. So let's go to sea, then come back in. So we could siege both at the same time. And how's the rest of my ambitions going? %. And the Egyptians are nowhere to be seen. These guys are going to lock in eventually. We should be able to catch them here. They got some big stacks going. I gotta consolidate my guys. Boats out! Ah, they snuck away! Let's get them back in. We could probably... The militaries are doing okay, because we got like 19,000 here. We're beating up that army. Then we bring them back to reinforce. Egypt, we got not too much going on here now that those are taken. I think the northern front is alright for now. Let's just disembark them until they lose that status. There. 1 day. And then we'll come back, drop some guys off, and then we'll hunt down the Phoenician boats so they can't use them. Phoenician boats. Moving some Phoenician goats. Phoenician? Carthaginians. Whatever. Like I said, they're a Levantine group, the Phoenicians and the Punics alike. They should have chosen a more unique letter so I wouldn't keep confusing them in a time of stress. Fucking what? Occupied by Carthage. Enemy captured. I could choose to release him or flog him. Cotorbus pillaged. After the siege, Cotorbus, this fellow, let his troops run riot, resulting in murder, rape, and theft. Our soldiers would have done the same if we got there first. Demand the wealth is split with the army. We're shrewd. I'm not too worried about their personal loyalty, though, because they're mercenaries. If this was a legion with the legate behind it, I'd have to worry about the loyalty of the soldiers going to the legate and not to me. As it stands, if they gain light infantry, that's my mercenaries getting light infantry. He's already loyal to me by virtue of us paying the guy. Oh no. We got some rough stuff going on there. They're winning the battle, but the morale is getting low in general. So... let's send this group over to reinforce. Except they gotta go the long way around. Let's finish up this siege as soon as possible. It's the only fort in the area. But they can't just walk right. Aw, shucks, it's blocked off by the fort. We gotta walk left, also shut off by the fort. I think it's okay to radiate outwards if you're standing on the fort. Unless there's another fort blocking in that direction, which there isn't. But I guess, since we have control here, so it's the closest free space. Where are you going? We lost 9,000 of 16,000 to kill 7,000 of theirs. Let's start coming up this way, because I feel like these guys could board boats soon. Set at minus 35 and only 6,000 guys. This needs to finish up already, so we could take over there. More guys and more boats. That's a lot of armies. That's mercenaries. They got no stack on there. Or no morale on there, I mean. $10K, $11K. This needs to hurry up. They're not stupid. They're gonna see the calculation. Do you see what I see? I see 16,000 Egyptians in 100 boats. Heading upwards. They're marching over. That's gonna get wiped out. Ugh. They won't accept a white peace yet. Though we got to kick Carthaginian boats' butt. No longer importing honey from Traxonius. To Crete. That's fine. That's just a provinces still. They're trying to pull all those stacks in. They don't want to do it. They want to, but they don't want to. Sacking of Attic. None shall hide. They're trying to drop him off in the frontier. This should have been finished ages ago. It just refuses. Going to lose? Because it's 13 against 6.9. Even if we got our discipline stacked up. Siege of Carthage won. White peace imminent, Thracian war. If we have to, we have to. I'm not going to be the most upset about that. Then we could focus on the dual front of... They're marching up this way? Man, it would have been faster to send them walking. The dual front of Egypt and Carthage. Send some guys to the Delta. Send a group to... Oh, there's no way they're gonna win. Morale is even, but the numbers just aren't there. And then 10,000 gonna follow in. Defeated. They completely wiped them out. Governor of Greece has no armies now. Which means that the army stood down, which means we get military tradition. Enslavement efficiency. Levantine group. I want to get to Levantine group unlock. Enslavement efficiency, is that for like when I occupy a province and some populations get slaughtered and some get shipped home in change? Military ID gets 20%, a general can easily get 5%, even 10%. 25% enslavement efficiency bonus versus 0% enslavement efficiency. What's the difference approximately? Go to a city with 20 citizens, 10 freemen, 20 slaves. How much will I steal 25% additional enslavement efficiency? Is it worth much more than sieging yada yada? The base enslavement efficiency is 5% as indicated in the military tab. Even take an idea with the bonus to enslavement efficiency improves it quite a lot. Can get up to 15 to 20% of the enemy country's population by sieging down their entire territory. Lengthy wars against major powers results in 100 to 200 slaves taken in a decade with no efficiency boost. At 250 slaves, breeding steppe horses at one point as Armenia. Not really worried about it. Little worried about why instantly increasing number of slaves increases number of steppe horses available. Cause that's more stable hands to take care of them. I'm gonna hold on to the tradition. I love how they're in the exact same place, but going different directions to get there. Siege of Knidos lost. Okay. Even with these guys sitting there, we're not gonna get anything more than white peace. Turbulent priests. Made it clear to the priesthood that he can no longer tolerate Charocles with godless impiety. Without the support of the priesthood, people start to believe that Charocles does not have the support of the gods. Lose 10 legitimacy, lose 10 loyalty. Of Deirdres Zenid, Hierophant. Make a large donation. Gain 5 loyalty. It's only 10 loyalty, but I could also have him replaced. Omen power. But because he doesn't have the stateship, it wouldn't be the same effective impact. Let's make a donation to that kitty. I've already got all the mercenaries I can hire. $4,000 Carthaginians. Minus 21, it's getting there quick. Battle of Carthage 1. Got all these guys stuck here. Could I hire mercenary boats, or is my limit already maxed out from the armies? 3 mercenaries, that includes the boats. And they don't have enough to shuffle my guys around anyway. They really don't have enough. If I start building boats now, I won't have enough. Anybody I haven't raised yet, because it's only 4,000, 3,000. $3,000 versus 3,000? Minus 49 versus minus 7. Even if we just take Europa, we'll be fine. We'll probably send these armies down to unsiege provinces here, and that'll tip the war score our way. If they don't have these, then they got no war target controlled. And they'll either have to fight back some more to get it back, or they'll accept either white peace or me taking Carthage away from Carthage. Military advances, victorious fleets. What I would give for more move speed. They're going down there. Come on, intercept them! -21 against -35. Let me at least take Europa from them. I'm sure supply's going down, so let's shift some of these guys over. So they can rebuild a little. I just need 42%. And how are my disloyal families looking? No risk of civil war. Disloyal provinces, none are getting close to 0 yet. 0 attrition, 0 attrition, and there'll be 0 attrition here. I just can't peel my eyes away for too long. They're small now, so let's split them up. One to go down there. The other will follow and unsiege some stuff. Come on, coin flip. Coin flip chance to siege it down. Take it. Byzantium 1. Now to get rid of these armies, we can conquer everything between here. How are they not? Don't tell me they built another fort. They have not built any other fort, so there should be filling in, because that's Europa. We have everything in Europa now. More Carthaginians. See, that's what's supposed to happen in Europa. Maybe because hostile armies are still there. Hotos the Autocrat discovered helping himself to a sizable quantity of gold for the national treasury. I can't get that money back. Flog him. Okay, can't just start one army for too long here. Nothing going on there. And since I don't see any other armies here, the fort level of 3 is pretty beefy. But that'll take over this province, and there's influence here. So we could take all of Carthage too. They're getting smart. Look at that. They're smart with their fort placement. There's overlaps. Battle of Pisa. Get it unsieged. I still don't see why this isn't flipping over yet. 29,000 troops. 30,000 troops. We might be able to take them still. Why does it say none? There's no fort. There's no fort, so let me have it. Imminent battle. It's given us a chance of winning. 19,000. All their guys are coming this way. And this is why it is so insane that Carthage and Egypt are allied together. Slaughtering them! 0 of our troops killed 3,000 of theirs. And the fight's still going. I'm surprised that Europa hasn't... The capital is there. There's no more forts in the area. So what's the holdup? What's the hubbub, bub? We set up 40,000 and they're setting them in 7s and 8s. So... we're doing okay. There it is, now it's going. Just had to kick the hostile armies out of there. Siege lost. They have enough negative sieges that even fully controlling Europa isn't going to give us enough war score. I have to take the white piece when it comes in. Earthware, let's make that an internal trade again. Who's not paying much for it? Amathia is currently occupied, isn't it? That's why it's one of these things. Sue for peace from Thrace. Even though they're kicking our asses in the it's basically a stalemate. Now that we have Europa, they're willing to give me Aeolus, Rhodope, and Europa. So basically, everything that I have cast a spell on, they're like, this is draining us as much as it's draining you, just get the fuck out of here, leave us in peace. I was just gonna get Europa, because they got everything else that I care about. Yes, please. They're giving me more than I could possibly ask for. That's not just, here's the land you occupied. That's, here's the land you occupied and please don't come back. City of Lysimachia. Fallen to our troops, now in our hands. Lysimachia was settled as a capital of Lysimachos, Alexander's only non-Macedonian successor to last so long. Situated at Thracian Chersonese, it played an important role since its founding, both as a major trade port and as a regional center of administrative power. With the city under our control, yada yada yada, unscathed, 10 legitimacy, gain popularity, merciful conqueror, people happy, take everything of value, strips it to a settlement. We're gonna do the standard looting, as is traditional for conquerors of the era. But we won't destroy them. which people aren't going to like. I lose 5 popularity because the common folk and the nobility wish that I stripped my conquest to the bones. To our benefit, but I'm not going to be that mean. So somehow we came ahead in that. Now we're going to move all of our guys down here. Oh, they took over in Crete too. Important thing is we're not going to have the war targets. May get Wargle automatically forced on us. So the first thing we're going to do is unsiege it. Absolute first thing. If we get that fixed, then we could worry about possibly gaining a chunk of Carthage. This might actually go our way. Ugh. I got the nervous energy in me. We'll put this as a half-worried guinea. He can't go away just yet. Or actually, you know what? Maybe having him face to the left is the horrors are so horrific he can't even look. Okay, that's enough making him dance. Imagine having like MP does, and the little guinea pig here could like talk and do actions, or like Carver does, where it could speak like a chatbot. Instead, it's simply a barometer of how panicky I'm feeling about my prospects. If peace is forced upon me, they're occupying enough that they're not only going to get Galilee. So first thing I gotta do is force them out of there. They're only at 17%. Come on, boats. Goat boats. Earn your oats. They have so many armies I'm tempted to come over and counter and kick those guys out. But then they'll have 20 guys on the horizon. I lost access to earthenwares, right? And now that we got Europa... Stone we have... Iron we don't. How am I missing out on my heavy infantry discipline? Our guy died. That of a terrible fever at 81. Ascending is a guy with no martial, barely any zeal, okay-ish, finesse, and charisma. He's got a wife that... Okay, at least she accommodates everything else. Rayata lacks a governor. How do the families look? If Dinocratides have one more, they'll be grateful and more loyal. We have no risk of civil war. Latobica might rebel in 100 months, 23 months. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, you have some ibuprofen in my room and some in your room, don't you? Are you all out of the your room ibuprofen? Oh. Okay. We could make the Dinocrates really grateful. Or since Diadids already have 3 positions somehow. Excuse me. We could ingratiate them to us. He's got 62 loyalty still. Was it not a Deeded? Who'd I put there? Deeded family, 3 or 4 jobs. No scorned family, loyal to me. The families are all right. Disloyal characters. The only disloyal character are the weird foreign guys who are part of great houses that are not one of our 5 great houses, so they shouldn't matter at all. The game is being borked that direction. He's got no corruption, so I can't imprison him and send him to Carthage. He's eminent. We just need our guys to get down here. We're not gonna lose all our things to Egypt. Where's my fleet? Is there anything showing like movement of fleets? First Nauticon? Yeah. I'm guessing that anchor means it's underway. Killed all their troops. They're almost there. They're almost there, and how things go in Carthage. It's still a 3-front war, because now the 3rd front is Cisalpine Gaul. Can I get some outboard motors? Spartacus falls ill. No longer importing horses. Siege of Vaga is one. That's us. Let us head down. They'll have to undo my garrisons. Okay. Alright. Now where exactly is the capital, Galilee? It's all the way up here. Scythopolis. Scythopolis? Let's go, Scythopolis. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No matter where I go, I gotta go 4 steps. And so let's do 2 things over here. South Phoenicia. There's more guys in there, but I can't. It's too crowded to click on them. Okay, now I'll leave him be for a second. So I could very calmly focus on everybody else here. We just gotta kick him. We just gotta kick him out. Do they have boats around here? Any boats I could destroy to limit their force projection? I don't see any Egyptian boats. But I'll need more than these guys here. More than these guys here to survive them, I'm sure. There's 10,000 Egyptian troops moving in. They're sending reinforcements to keep us out. They're smart. They put guys on the border. This is part of Liguria. Liguria's capital is here, so that's going to cycle in anyway. See? Doing it automatically. Replace the stockpile. Gain loyalty. $35,000. Where'd you guys come from? $11. Positive 11. Super peace. Can I get Carthage in this piece? No. But we can get a white piece, and a white piece is damn good. It's 40,000 against 29,000. It's stacked in our favor. They have the stronger army, we've got better command, higher morale, better quality. The terrain helps us out. I'm gonna see what happens here. If we could take... Oh. They got more reinforcements coming in. 40 against 20. I can't look. I can't look. Turn it around, turn it around. Where's the... Look away, Guinea. They're not centered horizontally. Rotate, flip horizontally. And then an extra 4,000. We have the morale, but they have the numbers. They could still push us through. Somehow winning, but we're taking bigger drops than they are. And war score is ticking away from my favor. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna make it. We're losing too much too fast. Battle of Vaga was won. It's 35,000 against 7. They still won't let us take Carthage away. How about the next door? Next door's a no. See, if I had attacked Egypt directly instead of Carthage, we might have gotten somewhere here. Because Egypt's capital is untouched. But I couldn't allow the Carthaginians to actually do war on me. Because they're right here at our border. We can't have them in Sicily. If I got a simply white peace, then I'll white peace. Anything else I can do? Could we cede territory? Ubon is a no. What about just the city? The city alone. I don't want everything else around it, just the city. If I say just the city, even just the city is worth too much. They'll accept giving me Nephris. Carthage. 490 for the entirety of Carthage to become a tributary. Cancel subject and Kos is a no. What about releasing nations? Could we have them... Okay, it's only Egyptian stuff I could have them release. Takif? I don't know where Takif is. Down there? Release Samara, they'll say no. Is there anything I could release? I have to go by war score. Because they're only willing to release the really tiny, insignificant thing down there. Okay. White peace. This war's gone on so long. Carthage suffered the most of it, while Egypt went around sieging stuff over in my lands. But we liberated the war goal. And we've held it off for long enough that we're gonna say, ceasefire for now. Whew. And I got so many guys in exile currently. But we have knowns now. I think Carthage would be easy enough to go against. I mean, heck, Egypt would too. But Carthage is the biggest danger, because all of their important populations are right here on our border, right? So if we do a war for Carthage, we could take Carthage and the barony next to it, the fort next to it. And while Egypt goes doing whatever, we had a 3-front war. with Thrace, Egypt, Carthage. And then even when Thrace came out, it became a three-front war between Carthage, defensive occupations, and then the war target. If we go against Carthage first in the next war, that would gut so much of its military power. Egypt will fly out and do whatever. But that is a more acceptable outcome for me. Egypt sieging stuff around here. Than Carthage spreading outwards and possibly attacking at the home center. So the first thing we'll do is gut Carthage. We won't be able to completely eliminate them in one war. But by controlling the war target, which is also their capital, we'll be able to... We'll get big gains for us, which will help us get towards... Which one was it? Yeah, Levantine culture group. Adding a ton of Punics, if we integrate them, would help us embrace Greco-Levantine influence. $125.97 military experience. Mercenary Reliance is cutting it down some. But I think we could take them. We could take them and could at least take a good chunk of their homeland. Egypt will spread out and siege in somewhat less important areas. But as long as I'm here, we could take the war target and a bit around it, as we did in this war. Keep the homeland safe. And because we won't have 3 fronts, just 2. We could afford to have a big stack over here and another keeping Egypt at bay. So, after 5 hours, we took Cyprus and a little bit of Palestine. We took Europa here, up into Byzantium. Now that we're a major power and can't have allies, and our rivals are just a little bit smaller. I'm pretty sure Egypt is as big as... No, they can't be a major power, because if they were, they wouldn't have the alliance with Carthage. We've taken a lot less land than the prior 2 days. Illyria Greca is still losing provincial loyalty. Why? I'm never going to rid myself of this mission. We're never going to consolidate Illyria Greca. We're never going to consolidate Cataria. What I can do is finally make this a metropolis. Three free province investments. Local provincial loyalty plus 0.1. They're dropping by minus 11. What the heck? Once I get a little more political influence, we're going to set this guy to harsh treatment in Illyria. Harsh treatment to get everyone's modifiers in the positive here. Inventions. I gotta see what I want next. Militant Epicureanism. Omen power minus 90. Omen power minus 90, but desecrating temples restores stability. Omen observation, great works effect. Omen power could squeeze out more discipline that way. Discipline. Discipline so far is like I'm rolling a tank into the archaic era. Fuck. Integrated culture happiness leads to provincial loyalty. I gotta see what stuff leads to more provincial loyalty. We can get a plus 0.02 right now because we got 2 innovations. This is all tributary things. Aggressive expansion. Grand triumphs, loyalty of generals. Winning by land and spear gives imperial challenge war gold against all countries that are major powers or more. I think that's down to just... I read up on the casus bellis. Basically, whatever we conquer, we get to keep. So that'd be super useful for expanding within Carthage and Egypt within the next 100 years. They're currently still in a truce with each other, in alliance with each other. Egypt has 429 territories. We have 600, and that 600 prevents us from making alliances. Feasibly, we can give Egypt enough territories, or they can gain enough territories where they too become the same kind of power we are, and then Carthage and Egypt will no longer have any alliance together. That's what I need. I need Egypt to become bigger. There's plenty of land here, but I don't think there's enough to push them over 500. Great power, Imperator Wiki, redirect to state rank. $100 to 499 is a major power. We need to make him a great power like we are at 500. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we gave Egypt the Levantine coast, everything we have here, fight Macedon for this, for another 10-year war, and then give it to Egypt. Diplomat and route, because we're selling stuff. Or not, because we sued for peace, so diplomats and route still. First armies go away, so much military experience. So much military experience. Even our Thracian armies got a little bit. Hamid's mercenaries. They had 22,000 to start with. They've been reduced down to 6,000 between the occupations here and running in circles to try to knock armies down. So I could try going towards winning by land and spear. And then we just... If we go against Egypt, we keep their armies in place. Slaughter them up, take everything we can. Political influence. Loyalty of characters +2. Rights to be heard, rights. You think there might be some provincial loyalty buried in here. Provincial loyalty plus 0 plus 02. 0.02. Pop assimilation, political influence, cultural integration. It feels like all the stuff I need isn't all the stuff I've been ignoring. Free province investment. Monthly corruption down. Tyranny, stability change plus 0.01. It's funny how I could have everyone so happy and so loyal, but the spirit of the province itself is unhappy. Great Wonder Effect. I haven't been doing Great Wonder stuff at all. Boats, we got... Anything for boat speed. Because my boats are mighty, but they are slow. Nothing for ship move speed within range. Man. Let's get that provincial loyalty 0 plus 02. And then military traditions, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to them. So when we conquer stuff up, we'll have options to choose from. What import are we missing right now? Let's get civilization level refine on, pop promotion speed, slave move, archer discipline. Free trade route, we'll get one more. Philosophos and head of the Dinocratide. Okay. Monthly legitimacy is already pretty damn good. This is by zeal, right? No one has good statesmanship. Recuperates don't exist, that is a lie. 55 loyalty. I might as well. Agathocles. We've only got 4 people employed in our ruling family. Philosophos isn't the most important job there is. Who would have guessed that it'd be harder to expand when we're bigger, and easier when we're tiny? No cast a spelly on you. So, Governor, this is still dropping too much. Give him the old harsh treatment, plus 18 provincial loyalty, 0.18. .1 each month, but it's not gonna get up to 90. It's gonna keep draining its modifiers the closer it gets to 90. It's gonna get infinitesimally smaller. One of our researchers, Senorix Herakid, thinks it was just about to make a notable scientific breakthrough. He wants money and corruption, doesn't he? Corruption. If I give him religious advances. Lose loyalty if I say no. Set aside some funds because you're a scholar. You have to be a scholar to figure out, put some funds aside to it and not give it to him directly. Aggressive expansion chains. Mr. Hellenic, 26, Stuart statesmanship. No great family, but he's got okay charisma. Effective charisma of 2 until the statesmanship gets better. But aggressive expansion's only down to 13.54. I got more innovation? Thing is, since this is my first time playing this, my first big full game of it, I don't know what things I want to build toward. So many great wonder effects. Pop conversion speed. I could try building towards winning land by the spear. Maybe it'll be more viable in the final century. Aggressive expansion down, tributes, loyalty of generals. Maximum mercenary armies. Thing is, we don't really have any tributes, subjects, anything else. Maybe we should. Get more people as feudatories or client states to diplomatically shift over. What do you say, Thrace? You want to be a feudatory? We have to shrink them down. At 300. They're smaller than Egypt, but they're still a major power. We have no Casaspelli on Egypt. But what about selling territory? I could do it one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Turn Thrace into that word you know? The word you know. What word would that be, Steve? I could feed them a ton of stuff. If I want to give them 71, I gotta give them 71 extra territories for them to become a great power and lose out on the ability to keep allies. Have a truce with Egypt, cannot support rebels in their country. They attacked me, okay? They have a truce with me. Oh, feudatory, right? The one you learned today. Persian revolt is massive. That's gonna keep Persian Empire busy for a good long while. Armenia could have influence there. But now they gotta be tiny to be a feudatory. Which is why all the feudatories I have, and the ones that still exist, are like tiny little islands and whatnot. If I were to attack Kos, then Egypt would have to take up the call to arms as its master. Since it's Kos's war, would Carthage join Egypt? Because now the gears are turning. What if we attack for Kos, Egypt's sole remaining feudatory? Carthage might be less inclined to attack if it's for Kos's sake, but because Kos is a feudatory and Egypt is the master, Egypt becomes a war leader. So it becomes Egypt's war. Gears turning, gears turning. I would simply need to put a token army here to siege it down and occupy it. They have ports all throughout. And 100 boats. They're building up their military to compete against ours. I could build a second navy. One for hunting down enemy fleets, the other for transporting troops. Right now, my one fleet is both purposes. And these fleets don't count. That's yachts for other great family members with like, we don't have a job. Why does my cousin not have a job? We put him in charge as an admiral of a fleet. And they're satisfied. They just want a yacht to party on. So these don't count. Got their happiness going up. It's gonna take them forever to get to 90. Let's make them happy for now, though. It's cheap. We could improve their relationship by 100. Died of dysentery, governor of Transalpine Gaul. One of my family. Transalpine Gaul, not Cisalpine. Roker. So it's a smaller place. We're not getting any armies out of here anyway. Ideally, somebody with no corruption. But it doesn't matter too much who it is. Agids don't count. They're not one of our great families. They just have a presence here somehow, which is really obnoxious. Going to have to build political influence. Political influence I can build up by exchanging cash for popularity. Patronize arts, give 100 political influence for integrated monthly happiness. Population happiness. Influence for air attraction. Wait. It was a character interaction, yeah? Scheme influence. Drain popularity to gain political influence. He doesn't have much popularity. But I don't need to spend the popularity right now anyway. Political influence plus 20%. And who's he scheming on? Influencing stakeholders. Persuade to drop scheme. persuade himself to drop the scheme? No, oh, I see now. That's my scheme there. I can click the button to stop it, now I see. Look, it's not a mechanic I've used all that much. I'm gonna be confused by buttons I don't know. Latobicia is gonna revolt pretty soon. We'll send the smaller group on over. Changed by minus 0.38 each month. I just had to expand into the most revolting people you could imagine. $1.66. Ruler corruption is dropping my political influence. Am I really all that corrupt? 15. Is there a way to drop my corruption outside of technology? Gain corruption? Prove legitimacy? I could assassinate him? The 1 point whatever political influence per month really is a killer for what I want to do. Because that means I can't make cast a spell on folk. It means that a lot of actions, my hands are held. Also doesn't help still being paused. Unpausing makes the game go faster. Even if I don't end up. Marilyn Draco, hello to you, welcome. You love this game, so if I need any tips, ask you. I will keep that in mind, but for the time being, I am rather chuffed that for the first major campaign outside the tutorial, I managed to do pretty damn well already, so even with certain setbacks, I'm kind of thrilled. Even if my expansion into Thrace ended up stalled a lot more than I expected, even if the attack on Carthage and Egypt ganging up on me was not at all helpful for my campaign, it's still been fun. Fun stumbling in the dark, trying to find what to do. Macedon was a winner this year. Gained popularity. That was Egypt's 100 boats, wasn't it? I should gut them down now. If there was a way to shuffle some funds to pirates to gut their fleet in my waters, they were picking up more boats too. 100, so who's the 05? Oh, the 05 is Kos. Kos's fleets. Artemis Temple is magnificent. Unfortunate side effects. The common talk with our nation is less and less what efforts and achievement our rulers have accomplished. More about the Artemis Temple. Lose tyranny, lose popularity. I've only got 37. Remind the populace it really matters. Not Artemis, us! 3 tyranny is not the end of the world. Has an impact on loyalty, I'm pretty sure, yeah? But they're manageable now. This is great. Embrace the ooh. Gain 5 stability. This is great. Embrace it. Pay some cash, gain 5 stability, that's a rare resource. Now who is Egypt going up against? They're fighting Elaya and Aksum. Aksum has a nice amount of territories, but it's likely not going to be enough to push them over the boundary into great power. That's what I want. I want Egypt to advance so much back here that they become so big that their marriage with Carthage has to split. I think it's one of the best games of the Paradox Studio, Marin. And too bad they abandoned it. Oh, you're perfectly fine as far as the English goes. I would not have known because fluid and fluent. But yeah, I'm kind of agreeing so far. Crusader Kings 2 was the Paradox game that I loved the most. But the Crusader Kings style and this style are so different that when I first tried to play this game, I couldn't understand it, and so put it down for like 5 years, let it gather dust. Now that it's been years of development and abandoned development, and I've actually done the tutorial, I'm actually having fun. I'm enjoying it, even though it's less be the person and influence other characters, and it's more abstract and more managing, waiting for stability to rise, waiting for my mana currency, waiting for numbers to drop. It's pretty engaging, so I'm enjoying it. This might actually end up being the game that replaces Crusader Kings for me. Dinocratids have 30 corruption. Do I want a corrupt Archaeatros? Okay, sort by corruption, because I'd really rather not somebody corrupt. 7 finesse, he'd be a fine governor. And 24 statesmanship to start him off with. 23 years of age, he'll grow into his role. Trade routes, what else could I import? We're big enough now. Madden Draco, thank you for the follow. There should be an alert that fires. I'm surprised there isn't any. Have to go back into my settings, make sure they work. Citizen happiness, popularity gain. Spices. I'm already pretty good on civilization value, so I don't need to get a surplus on there. Wild game. We didn't have our archers. 10% extra discipline on archers. Whether we make legates, legions with archers, or just rely on levies, I ought to be making them stronger. The Persian Empire could trade us wild game. Armenia. We're not going to war with Armenia anytime soon, so let's maintain good relations with them. How are they looking power-wise? 383. And going to war once more with Scythia, their eternal foe. We're creating an alternate history here, where Armenia becomes a powerhouse of the northern Black Sea. So who else are you going to war with? Elaya? City-state of okay, so here and there. And as big as Aksum looks, that doesn't count. But maybe... So that's why they were moving their boats around, because they were calling their feudatory in to help them out here. And Egypt is going to war with them down there too. Carthage is also busy with this war. Carthage is also busy. So, this is gonna push them all down. All the way down the Nile. Most of Egypt's boats are up here. They have 100 boats. We saw their 100 boats pass by us. So they don't have any boats in the Red Sea. If they're all the way down here attacking Aksum, and we attack up here, we could take the delta from them, maybe push into Cyrenaica? But I want Egypt to get bigger so they can't have alliances, so should I attack them now? Or should I go for Carthage, who's also going to be busy? There's 100 boats going down. They're gonna be in this war for a while either way. And when Carthage's military goes down the Nile, they're also going to be too distracted to defend against us. That could be the next step of advancement for us. Because that'll get us closer to 500 pops of Egyptian or Levantine cultures. Do I go for Punic populations? Or a whole bunch of Bohyrics? It's dense population here, so they do have lots of guys. But I'll probably have to invest in buildings here to promote population growth, especially after slicing everyone down in war. Because these aren't anywhere close to 500 either way. For Carthage, if I want 500 Punics, I would have to get all their city-states too, because I'm sure that's got all their population. Punic populations in cities all over the Mediterranean. That's the Carthage secret. They got not a whole lot of territory that are their culture. But where they got them, it counts. Whereas sure, we're more spread out, but a lot of this stuff is practically empty, doesn't even matter. Slowly growing Sikeliotes across the Aegean, but it's still not significant. So which direction? I'll have to fabricate a casus belli. Either way, it'll be taking on territories that will be foreign in religion and in culture. I want to keep their culture and then integrate them in. It's a tough choice. My biggest foe, or a big juicy region. The thing is, right, that I don't know where Carthage is right now. I know that Egypt is going down the coast towards Aksum. But I don't know where Carthage is yet. What I could do is go for the original plan of target Kos first. We target Kos, and because they're a feudatory, Egypt will have no choice but to respond. And the war goal would be here. We take this, and we have backup, right? In the off chance that Egypt or even Carthage brings a lot of guys up our way, we could always say, no, it's okay, we got the war goal. We're gonna peace out, just take this, we're fine. And so while we have a token force here, we'll do the real fight in the Delta to take Memphis and Alexandria and these fertile soils away. We could probably station a bunch of our guys up here, start marching down, take a fort, and then work our way westward. Or what it could do is put our Colts acquisition force here first. I would have to march through Macedon, or march through Sparta or Knidos. Do you guys want to give us military access? They'll give us military access. But I can march from here to there. I've already got the dotted lines, I don't need the access. So we could put a token force here. And then when war starts, march over, take out the 1,000. They have a fort there, and that's it. That's our fort, that's a capital. So we drop off a small force here for tiny occupation. And the real fight will go down this way. We'll go down the Delta, take out this level 1 fort. And do we go down to Memphis first? Take their capital. Their capital's also only level 1 fort. Take it and hold it. And then we'll march an army over to Alexandria. Level 3 fort. That'll take longer to siege down. And a level 3 fort over here. But we'll gut straight down the middle. And they also don't have any other they don't have any other forts down the Nile. They don't have any other forts down the Nile up until they get into Upper Egypt. They got decent population. Population of... Is that Fayumix here still? Fayumic. They have a huge area of Sahidic, except not really. I think that might be the smart plan. Take the central delta, take Memphis, Heptanomus, and maybe even Asyut. We could go down to Luxor. We could go as far down as Luxor without seeing a fort. I don't mind taking a bit of Nile resources away from them. They could have Upper Egypt. They could have the deserts. It won't be kicking Egypt out of Egypt, but it'll be taking the parts that matter. Aswan has a fort. 2 forts. Aswan could be our border. I'll be happy with that. I still want to maintain being a Mediterranean power. So it doesn't matter too much if I simply take Central Delta down to Luxor. Put a force on the Western Delta in order to take Alexandria. We could possibly also take the Eastern, but War for Kos, while the majority of our armies go down the delta, past Memphis, and down to Luxor, I think is a good plan. It's a really foolhardy plan. Most of the Egyptian pops in Lower Egypt and Palestinian, which is why I think that taking this would be a good idea. This bit is mostly because they have no forts. They have no forts, so it's free real estate. I toss some guys in, it pops up automatically. There are Phoenician populations there. So either way, I'll be cutting out their hearts. What am I fabricating claim for? That's the wrong place. It'd be fabricating claim on Kos. So that we have the backup plan. In case this doesn't work. We maybe get the Delta, try for Memphis, alright, sure, easy enough, because Egypt is all the way down here. But then either they turn their armies around to face us, or the majority of Carthage is still here, and they're turning around to attack us. This will be the exit plan. If we need to back out, we'll say, oh, we were just after Kos, that's it. Sue for peace. Now, what time is it now? 5 o'clock. And it has been 6 hours of stream. This thing doesn't matter. Just drop some guys on down. Wait a month. And then one more revolting province pops back over to 90. That's what I should have done for this poorly thought out mission that I grabbed. Instead of trying to improve the provincial loyalty here, I should have let them revolt. They were down to like 40 or something when I started investing into them. If I just let them get down to 0, they would have done a provincial revolt. I put some guys down. War over, it pops over to 90. That's probably what they intended. Since getting provincial loyalty to 90 is really big, it's easier to lose provincial loyalty in new lands than it is to gain it. You go to sleep, it's 2 a.m.? Oh, that's alright, Marin. I'm about to pop off myself too, since it's been 6 hours of stream. And also, it's my brother's birthday today, so I gotta get ready to hang out with the family and celebrate with him. I do have a Discord server. The link should be under the stream. I don't use it too much, but if you want to hang, it is there. Yeah. In the About page under the stream. Got the Blue Sky, the YouTube stream archive, the Discord. Also the forum that I made back in like 2022 and ignored ever since. Yeah. I haven't used it since 2023, sorry. No one's... That's okay. That's alright. Forums will come back again someday. But I think I am going to call it here myself, too. The past couple of days have been really big and exciting. Little tiny Syracuse. Becoming the dominant power of the Mediterranean, hand over fist with some challenges along the way. And now, with less than 200 years left in the game, every other avenue of expansion is giant and scary. But this just means that it's going to become more exciting along the way. Breaking up Egypt and Carthage, trying to become a pan-Mediterranean power. Not bad for first full campaign after the tutorial. To think, when I was looking up stuff last night, I thought, reuniting Alexander's empire only needs a few cities here or there. The wars of this game have been pretty quick so far. We could just hop along, focus on the cities. Big expansion the prior couple of days. Today, the conquest has been Cyprus, Europa, and just holding on to everything else. A little bit into Thrace, Cyprus, and didn't lose anything to Carthage and Egypt jumping on me. A lot slower forward progress. Because it turned out Thrace is mightier than I thought. I think I would have been able to get them with the original plan if I didn't get jumped by Egypt and Carthage at the exact same time. So, getting my Eastern jewel in my Mediterranean crown and surviving a 3-front war, I think is good progress. It doesn't change the map as much. We're not coloring in the crayon as much. But it's still pretty good. Hey, Chillin' Chum! You better say hi at least then, hello? No risk of civil war. Despite those Recuperids. Recuperids that come from Chalcedon. They ought to go back to Chalcedon. Have they got corruption at least? They're not even corrupt. Because I haven't given them any office to build corruption with. Megas Basilius. They updated my title. Megas Basilius, now that we're an Imperial Empire. Okay. You know, I probably should just spend the military edition I have now, too. I want to hold on to it, so I could get Embrace Greco Levantine Influence, and then start spending the rest down here, down there. But it's probably going to take me a bit to 500 population. 500 of one integrated culture. Maybe I do just have to go full on Carthage, take everything along the coast, all their cities. I want to take everything down here eventually anyway. But I know their force. And so the smart answer is take their capital first, maybe a few things around it. And then after I weaken them, I could see about taking other things. Maybe that's what we'll do. If it turns out that Egypt defending Kos drags Carthage into the war. We could go for Carthage instead. War score will accumulate. War score will accumulate by holding Kos, but Egypt is going to be the war leader. So we gain better benefit by taking the capital. If they hold their own capital, then they're going to be stubborn when it comes to allowing me to sue for peace with the stuff that I want. Okay. So when we come back, we're going to bully little Kos here as an excuse to go after their savior and protector. Which means we're going to ignore the plan of allowing Egypt to get so big that they become a great power and thus can't have alliances to split them up. We'll do it inefficiently. We'll do it the hard way, because that's just what we do here. So thank you guys for hanging out. It's been super fun. Good hanging out with you too, Steve. For now, I'm going to see who we have to raid. It's a bit too early for Grom, a bit too early for Macaw, who I'm pretty sure is going to be playing the new Ninja Gaiden game tonight. Schupert's on, Carver's on. Profitability and mascot politics. Let's do that then. Let's go raid Carver. Because Carver's cool people. Friend of the stream, pops in now and again. I guess we'll see how successful our conquests go the next time. Hopefully we get more than 2 territories tomorrow. Here's hoping. Thank you all again for chilling out here. You guys stick around for the raid, take care of yourselves. I have a brother's birthday to get ready for, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Tomorrow 輝こう強く